Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Star Trek Resurgence. Before I go any further, right off the bat, I want to say shoutouts and thank you to Caspian, Cycloud, FM Aylward, Gray N7, Junk Garage, Lolomlas, Mr. Red, Pancakes, Warpcore, Wenlock, Who Girl, Man with Eel, Krenzler, Bragwin, the person who put this game on the list, which was Harriant, and our majority shareholders, which are Justin T. 1977, Ross, and Tazara. Thank you, all of you, very, very much. Captain's Log, Stardate 38221.5. I have spent many years trying to enjoy Star Trek games over the years. Great log entry. However, other than a few asterisky games, we've never actually found a good Star Trek game. We've found crap, we found drivel, and we found some stuff that's at least decent. As far as truly good, this is the kind of thing that has eluded us. Maybe, at long last and finally, we might be able to actually engage in some kind of Star Trek game, which is actually good. Kirkap. When I was first asked what kind of Star Trek games I would want, one of the first ideas I had, and I'm not actually joking about this goes back, God, at least 15 years at this point, was a Telltale one. It's Star Trek game, negative to story. Oh yeah, we all have to not talk about Star Trek today, because that's the rule, right? Like, we can't talk about the thing that's relevant while we're actually playing it. We gotta immediately talk about everything else. Like, we've got, how many lights? There are 5 lights. When thinking about the types of Star Trek games we'd want, like the genres of Star Trek games we'd want, this is almost always one of the very, very first ones that comes to mind. At least every time this conversation has come up when we've discussed this, because we've done this many, many times over the years. You know, some people want a ship management game, some people want an RPG, some people want a strategy game, some people want like a ship builder or like a ship management crew simulator kind of a game. But the one that comes up the most every single time is a Telltale game. Now, obviously, you know, we weren't aware of Telltale games until a little bit more recently, but once we get the term, this is what we called it, because we'd already been aware of this concept of game before Telltale, right? So, let's see if, now that we finally have a Telltale Star Trek game, it's actually what we've been wanting for the last however many years. Oh, and someone asked, how much do I know about this game? Based on the costumes, this is DS9 era. That's about all I got.
Captain's Log, Stardate 57931.4. The crew is restless. After spending too many months piecing our ship back together, we're finally about to venture out on a new mission. And the crew isn't letting this unprecedented ion storm slow them down. They're ready for something different. I know I am. Perhaps more than any of them. Fortunately, nothing ever stays the same. It's entropy, the nature of the universe. Change is inevitable. And while entropy says order gives way to chaos, in this case, change is good.
I'm already thinking a negative. Can you guess what for?
Our new first officer is en route to the Resolute. Jara Rydek. I know she'll bring a welcome dose of new blood to the crew.
you enjoy it, True Whisper. Don't tell me about it, though.
Thanks.
No problem.
I'm not great with flying. But these little shuttles are the worst.
You don't like flying. And yet, you joined Starfleet.
There's a reason I'm not a pilot.
You should try it sometime.
Sorry, I'm a little anxious.
I hadn't noticed.
Hold on. So... See if that helps.
I'm on my way to my first assignment. When we get to the starbase, I'm transferring on to the Resolute.
So am I.
Okay, this is going to sound weird, but we need to restart. I'm sorry, I swear there's a reason for this. That's better. That's still not great, though. That's still juddering every now and again.
Captain's log, stardate 57931.4.
So, the negative is for the frame
I
rate.
was restless.
Yeah, the optimization's terrible.
Piecing our ship back together. We're finally about to venture out on a new mission.
Like, distractingly bad.
And the crew
There was
isn't
juddering
letting
and
us
frame
down.
loss in every single scene.
Slow them down.
Even just the shuttle flying by.
They're ready for something different.
Yeah, I turned on VSync.
I know I am.
That's one of the things I was double checking.
Perhaps more than any of them.
So what we did right now is we cranked the graphics down,
Fortunately, nothing
and that
ever
is
stays
smoother. But as you can see, it's causing its own issues, like the stars and the hair.
Change is inevitable. And while
I'll take flickering over literal headache-inducing, but
in this
yeah,
case, change is good.
no. Uh-oh, phaser is 2. Oh, sorry. Interesting. I mean, if you want me to have a headache all day, Blade Taval, that is technically your call.
Our new first officer is en route to the Resolute. Jara Rydek. I know she'll bring...
Let's try pushing it up to standard, see if that helps any.
a welcome dose of new blood to the crew.
Looks like that got rid of the stuttering. Or, not the stuttering, sorry, the flickering.
Thanks.
Although the
No
stuttering is back.
I'm not great with flying. But these little shuttles are the worst.
Here's a tip. Don't close your eyes. You'd think that would make it easier, but it only makes it worse.
It's true.
Look out the window, pick a star, and just focus on that.
I'll give it a try.
A few of them, I see. We're apparently playing a Bajoran,
Sorry,
consequently.
I'm a little anxious.
I hadn't noticed.
I'm on my way to my first assignment. When we get to the starbase, I'm transferring on to the Resolute.
So am I.
Yeah, okay, hold up. So first of all, thank you, Bella. We got a lot of dialogue today. Probably not, Zactap, no. Doesn't sound like my thing. So that's going towards the Kingdom Hearts block. FF16, damn it, and Cyberpunk. Good morning, Spartan. Well, I have no idea. I know nothing about this game, other than I think I am going to give a negative to graphics. Like, we've either got flickering or we've got frame rate loss with VSync on. What the hell? No. No. Sure, let's turn VSync off.
It won't be easy for Jara to step in at the 11th hour like this. But if she's half the officer I knew she could become when she was a cadet at Starfleet Academy, she'll be the XO this ship needs right now.
Oh, thank God for that, Blade Tavol. I noticed we couldn't get rid of depth of field. Hey, Eternus. You've battened down the hatches, I hope? Yeah, she's not Bajoran. Oh, wow. Okay. Not Joran, maybe? Hmm. So, Mario and Luigi block. Team-World block. And FF13. Thank you for being part of the show, Brakeman, as always. I like the music so far. It's doing that KOTOR thing, where it's just enough Trek without just straight up copying Trek. God damn it! Sorry, hitting escape and then hitting escape again tries to quit the game, which is something I have literally advised to someone not to do yesterday. Someone who's working on their own game for the first time. Yeah, tunneling. Improper tunneling. God damn it. That is, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Wenlock. Thank you. We might actually start playing this game today. I'm sorry. You should have just stayed in bed, Ross. I failed you. I failed you. Anybody else? While we're here. I'll put that towards FF16. Please stop donating to that. Wow. Go on within. And satisfactory. And Ross. No! Ross! That wasn't. God damn it. Listen, Yura, it's that it's the agility, right? It's that incredible agility. Yeah, give it another week, and this is going to be much worse. So, hang on. Thank you, Ross, for the sum. Always appreciate. Thank you, Little Billy. I will put that towards Pokemon Soul Silver, the Kirby block, and Trails and Sky block. Speaking of camps, I'm not looking forward to. Blade Develop is putting that towards FF16, which I think I need to up the estimate on. I don't know. It's just a vibe I'm getting. Pokemon Violet and Stranger of Paradise. And then Ross is putting that towards One Shot, Pokemon Violet, and 13 Sentinels. And thank you, Eternus, very, 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 very much. Always appreciate. And I suppose you know the question, too. Is that it? Are we good? Okay, so Space Marine 2, Armored Core 6, and FF16. I'm not actually joking. I do need to double check to make sure that FF16 is being estimated properly. Because I think when I first put it up, I put like generic RPG length on it, which is like 30, 35 hours, something like that. And I'm pretty sure it's longer than that. But I don't remember if I actually did update that or not, so I'm just going to double check that really quick. Okay. We're good? Okay, that's what I thought. No! God dang it! Okay.
A starbase on the very edge of Federation space. Long way from home now.
Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go.
Commander? I'm not usually such a nervous wreck, by the way. I actually did well at the Academy.
Oh yeah?
Maybe you've heard of the Torvalen test?
Sounds familiar.
It's a tactical simulator that makes the Kobayashi Maru look like a picnic on Pintaris 5. Anyway, I finished in the top 20.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't tell if he's lying and the game is like trying to hint that he's lying, or if the writers are stupid, and I'm not sure which it is. On the off chance you don't understand, let me explain. The Kobayashi Maru isn't difficult, it's impossible. It is a no-win scenario. That's the point. So if he's doing a test that is more difficult, then either the writers are idiots or he's lying. Now, which one do you think it is?
Not just in my class. I mean, all time. In the history of the Academy. So, there's that.
Only top 20, huh? So I guess there's room for improvement.
Well, it's really, really hard.
So I've heard.
That's an interesting question. Who did write this, other than the Telltale people? Hang on. Writers. Oh, it's not even going to tell me, is it? Yeah, this is Dramatic Labs, which was put together by some of the former Telltale staff. I mean, it's fairly obvious, right? This is a Telltale game through and through. Interesting. I liked Batman for what it was, but like Wolf Among Us, that's pretty legit. They're just frozen. Just like any of these games, when you alt-tab, the whole game freezes. That's been true for this engine for a long time. Thank you, Justin. As always. I don't know, Michaelano, but I'm guessing no. Whoops, that's the wrong document. Sorry. It's going towards the Pixel remasters. Resident Evil block, speaking of games that are close to being funded. And Stranger in Paradise. I just think those kind of things should be options, ISE. Having said that, you know what would irritate me much more? If the game muted when you alt-tabbed without that being an option. So, Mike Kamato keeps insisting there's only 2 of the Telltale people. Yet at a glance here, I see that's actually 20. Now, that's, a bunch of people. Okay, I found the list of writers, speaking of which. Dan Martin, Andrew Grant, Kent Muddle, Brett Tosti, and... oh, that's actually it, sorry. Most of these people were also producers. We've also got Lazar Levine, that's our audio director. Jesse Maccabee, that's our art director. Cedric Adams is the animator. Joseph Moeller, that's our voice director and casting director. Kevin Bruner, producer. I don't know why it's not listing the composer here. How many is too many writers? Would you believe it depends? Yeah, none of these names are really ringing a bell other than the obvious Dan Martin. I could do some cross-referencing, but let's go ahead and get on with the game instead.
Please place your hand here. Hold it there for a few seconds.
Oh geez. Okay, here we go.
Welcome, Commander Rydek.
We are part human, part Kobliad.
You absolutely crushed the Torvalin test. You finished in what, like the top 3?
That would be me.
Now I'm really... It's an honor to meet you, Commander. Sorry, I didn't realize before. I just came off the shuttle and was glad to be on solid ground, so to speak.
The pleasure is mine, Ensign.
Paul Calloway.
Good to meet you.
I believe Commander Ermot is expecting you. He's in the concourse just ahead.
I'm thinking the kid was just trying to brag. I'm willing to bend on that. I think the kid was just trying to be braggy, and it's not the writers being dumb.
Good day, Commander.
If I remember my briefing, Commander Ermot is a Bolian, so I'm looking for someone with blue skin.
For those of you who've never watched Star Trek before, here's what a Bolian is. Let's see. So he's worked on several Sam and Max games, Back to the Future. Yeah, it's all the Telltale stuff. All the Telltale stuff. Has he worked on anything other than Telltale? Bard's Tale. But, yeah, this is just the Telltale composer. Sorry, I shouldn't say just like a diminutive. Primarily the Telltale composer. And again, I'm actually liking the music. I know that sounds like a strange thing, but it's probably the thing I'm most positive on so far.
Why's that?
To explain the KOTOR comment very briefly. KOTOR has music that sounds very Star Wars, but isn't, which was actually unusual at the time. The overwhelming majority of Star Wars games that came out in that era would just use either like a variant on Star Wars music or literally dump the Star Wars soundtracks into the game. Like, well, like every one of them except for like TIE Fighter. KOTOR actually made brand new music that was done in the style of Star Wars. It sounds Star Wars-y, but it's not. It's actually, original new music. Same concept, same idea. Harder to do than it sounds. Yeah, exactly. This sounds Trek immediately. The specific uses of horns, the accompaniment of the strings, the kind of slightly, almost light whimsical tone to it. Very Trek. Favorite TNG composer was oh god, you're screwing me up now. Oh god, I've lost it. He's gone. Ron Jones. There we go. Not Roll Jones. Jesus Christ. Yep, here he is. Honestly, probably best known for his DuckTales, American Dad, and Family Guy stuff. Because, like, what's his face? The guy who runs those shows just picked him up the second he was able to because he loved his work on Star Trek. And yeah, he only did a relatively brief amount of stuff on Trek. About 3.5 seasons worth. MacFarlane, thank you, yeah. Yeah, Seth MacFarlane was like, come here, I'm giving you a job. What? Yeah, I'm giving you a job, let's go. God damn it.
You haven't heard? Some kind of accident. Their warp core overloaded.
Oh, whoa. That's a big deal.
They spent 6 months fixing it up.
Was it the captain's fault?
That's the rumor, yeah.
Also, while we're speaking of things that feel Trekky, visuals. I mean, look at that for a second. That looks very Trek. Ignore the L cars for a second. Let's just pull the L cars off the screen. There you go. That corridor right there. Look at that. The kind of... Yeah, very Voyager. It's kind of that modern Trek, Mortal. It kind of pulls that sort of muted, cold colors. You know, blue, gray, white, black. And, of course, we've got, like, that not quite futuristic-y, actually 80s-y kind of furniture thing going on. With the square tables and the weird footrests and the not quite comfortable looking couches. And yeah, lots and lots of open space, because of course there is. Yeah, also true, Blade 12. Suppose we'll put that under brickwork. You know, I don't remember what LCARS stands for, but this is LCARS right here. That thing. It's the term for their... Well, it's their interface, more accurately, but it's functionally their OS. Library Computer Access Retrieval System. There you go.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm just... Well, I'm not sure where my departure dock is. The Resolute's gonna leave without me.
Look here. The Resolute is leaving from this dock.
Ah, you're right. Nerves must be getting to me. Thanks so much, Commander.
And he lost his arm. Yeah, Mike, so... Can I complain about something extremely quickly? Don't worry, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole on this, but... During the Trek lore, we went down the rabbit hole on how extraordinarily terrible of a system LCARS is. Again, I'm not going to bore you with it, but we went down the list. We spent like half an hour dissecting how absolutely awful of an interface this is. I just want to share one little anecdote, okay? The Okudas have gone on their record saying that every single LCARS panel is custom tailored to the person who uses it. So, anytime someone sits down, new layout, new color usage, new button placement, etc., based on the individual person who's sitting down. Now, that's an interesting idea, which makes me wonder, there has to be a default, right? Because otherwise, you know, like, random example, let's say the Doctor sits down on the Prometheus, and he's probably not even registered as a person who can interact with the thing, and how exactly does it then display the controls for him, right? Random thoughts. Anyways, moving on.
Starbase 128 has 4 docks.
That's pretty small.
Excuse me, have you seen a Bolian around here?
Yes, sir. Right back there, near the replicator.
Ah, there he is. Thank you.
Happy to help, Commander.
Once again, if the settings are saved to your badge, that has several other issues. Probably true. But I once again find myself wondering how the Doctor could use the control system at all. In fact, What's doubly funny is now that you say that, that actually is a great security system. You need to have a badge that has access to a specific panel to use that panel, right? So that way an ensign from engineering can't come up and start taking over the con, not without authorization. Here's the problem. Anyone who's ever worked in any programming or engineering whatsoever can immediately tell me how terrible of an idea that is, because there's just too many situations where you need to access a control panel that isn't yours. Yeah, no, that is a colossal logistical nightmare. Not just to maintain, but like in an emergency, that needs to be updated now. Now hang on. Counter solution. What if anytime a state of emergency is declared, that system basically shuts off? Counterpoint, that actually makes the ship more vulnerable to enemy forces when under attack. However, that would explain every single time on, say, TNG when, I don't know, some Ferengi show up and just take over the ship, because they were at red alert when the Ferengi showed up, so the security system was off. Yep. What I'm trying to say is the whole thing is nonsense. There's other ways to accomplish that we have now, that we currently operate and utilize, rather than just popping it into the badge there. Yeah, the LCAR system sucks. I'm legitimately going to just eject it from R Trek because I hate it. I don't even care if it's never on screen. I'm just getting rid of it because it bothers me.
I'll replicate myself a meal once I'm on board.
Yeah, we literally have hand scan. We just scanned our hand like 5 minutes ago. That's a good point, Mike Romano. And in the distant past of the late 80s, they didn't have anything like security. That's something we invented after Star Trek came out. In fact, that's it. Everyone talks about how Star Trek, predicts such and such. Star Trek predicted digital security breaches, and that's why we came up with digital security, was because of Star Trek. There you go. You're welcome, world.
Excuse me.
Hey, you hear the Resolute's getting a new first officer?
Someone from the crew got promoted?
No, get this. They're from a different ship.
Oof. Wonder how the crew feel about that.
It makes them look desperate. Is their crew that bad?
Yeah, not a good look.
Welcome to the edge of the galaxy, Commander Rydek. I'm Commander Jan Ermot, Operations Officer on the Resolute.
Hold up. I know that voice. That can't be him.
Commander? I hope there wasn't too much trouble getting here. This storm isn't making anything easy for us right now. I know conditions are less than ideal at the moment.
It was perfectly fine. No trouble at all.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, no, that's Liam O'Brien.
We're grateful you were able to come fill our first officer vacancy at such short notice.
Like, Liam O'Brien's a great actor, but usually he plays people who are a little bit more dramatic. So I can see why you wouldn't catch that immediately. But like, Liam O'Brien is usually talking more like this. So having him doing this kind of like chill voice, it's actually an interesting way to try and disguise it.
From everything I've read and everything I've heard, we're lucky you were available to us. Coming from a premier starship and all. To our little research vessel.
What exactly have you heard about me?
First in your class at the Academy. Received the Starfleet Award of Valor during the Dominion War.
Dominion what?
Tactical officer and chief of security on the USS Endeavor.
You've done your homework.
Like I said, we're very lucky.
God, the stuttering is awful. I'm sorry. I'm trying really hard not to notice it, but it's actually headache-inducing. I'm just gonna take a pill now.
She may not look like much compared to the bigger ships, but as far as science vessels go, she can more than hold her own. And she doesn't look so bad considering 6 months ago she was nearly cracked in half, venting plasma, fighting for her life.
It was an accident?
Equipment malfunction. An accident suggests fault, but no one's to blame. It was a planned test, but the warp core was pushed beyond its limits. It destabilized the dilithium, there was a runaway reaction, and the warp bubble deformed. We thought we could reach a higher resonant frequency, but it was more than she could handle. Cost us our first officer and 22 of our crew. At the end of the day, we're all responsible for each other. That's what it means to be a crew.
I can't even begin to imagine what that must have been like for you. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
You know, Warp Core, I think we need to push you to your limit. Are you okay with that? Is that acceptable? So, sorry. One of the things that's really strange about New Trek is that they just keep kind of avoiding the Dominion War and the consequences of it. Have you noticed that? Like, obviously, Nemesis happens after it, the movie, but barely is relevant to it. And several seasons of Discovery happen well after it, and Prodigy happens after it. But in all three cases, like, they're essentially over there, either far in the distance, physically, or far in the distance, timeline-wise, and therefore they just kind of ignore the Dominion War entirely. Now, Picard references the Dominion War, but for all intents and purposes, it doesn't matter for the purposes of Picard. So, why? And I know that's such a strange statement to add, but I'm sorry, speaking as a Trek fan, the post-Dominion War status is something that is a fascinating status, right? Like, it's the Thrawn trilogy, right? Okay, we beat the war. Now what? That was a huge sea change for the entire setting, which almost all of New Trek has been trying very, very hard to either ignore or jump right over. So, like, I'm not saying we need more war, although that'd be nice, but there needs to be some kind of acknowledgement of the consequences and effect that's going to have on the setting. I mean, Star Trek Online, for example, directly references the consequences of the Dominion War many, many, many times. Because, of course it does. Star Trek Online is a well-written game. And yeah, like, we've got the internal security stuff going on. We've got the complete changeover with what happened in Section 31. We have everything that was going on. It's mostly a well-written game, so Warp Core. We have everything that was going on with regards to the Klingons, and the Cardassians, and the Bajorans, and the wormhole aliens. The Romulan Star Empire has its own stuff that's consequence. The Dominion themselves agree to back off, but then, like, that's just sitting there waiting to be followed through on. Like, holy crap, right? Anyways, sorry, I'm getting off topic. The point I'm trying to reach is that it's been this very strange trend. I don't have an answer why. Like, we could debate and we can argue, but the truth is, to my knowledge, we don't actually know why Trek has just been avoiding the Dominion War like the plague. I hope it actually has something to do with this game. Just something, you know? Anything. It's like, I'm sorry. Imagine for a moment that someone was doing a written history or like a TV show based on real life, and then they had World War II, and then they skipped ahead to like the 90s. And I was like, oh, okay, but what about World War II? And then someone else makes another show based on real life, and that's actually in like the 2020s, and it's like, okay. And then someone else shows up and makes another show, and it's set on the moon, and it's like, okay, guys, what happened after World War II? Anyways, sorry, getting off topic.
It does weigh heavy. There are some things you can't forget.
It's been 6 months. What's the attitude among the crew now?
Unsettled. But I hope that a new mission will help them move forward. If not, move on. Listen. I realize you've known Captain Solano for quite some time. And I'm sure you're ready to bring your best. But I should warn you that when the captain announced you would be the new first officer, there were those who felt it was a mistake, that he should have promoted from within. So you might want to tread lightly at first. Until they come to value your contributions as much as he does.
Trust is earned, and it sounds like I have my work cut out for me. But I plan on winning them over.
I don't doubt that. I just figured it was better to know what you're walking into.
Of course.
Starfleet has assigned us a high priority
Oh, okay. Ah!
mission to the Hotari region. I'll let the captain brief you on board. I know he's eager to see you.
Will we be mission ready in time?
We have every intention. The crew has been working around the clock to get the ship ready. There's still so much to do.
No, I can't, Eternus. One of these days, I'm going to accidentally exit the game. I'm going to be really pissed about it, too.
Stuck. I got just the thing.
Oh my god, why is this so slow? Look at this. Okay, I want you to understand this. This is a full movement across my mouse pad right there.
Now, need to melt some corrosion, not just a plasma injector.
Yeah, can we adjust that? Aim sensitivity, maybe? WASD didn't work. First thing I tried. Nope. Oh, okay.
Need to rewire the optical data network. Just need to burn this gunk off.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Wow. Wait, what? ISE? Seriously? That... Okay. Ah! Sorry. Oh my god. There we go. I know, Blade Devel, and I'm not doing it on purpose, I swear. It really is just muscle memory. If you remember, I have the exact same problem in Oblivion. For the exact same reason. God. You spilled egg yolk on my plasma converters.
Is that.
Oh my god. Alright, hold on. Yeah, that was probably one of the more frustrating moments there. I mean, Tales from the Borderlands is probably the best Telltale game ever made. We'll see. Oh my god. So, there was a major patch to touch up the game, right? A year ago. That patch added the ability to turn off motion blur. Hang on, it's actually better than that. Check this out. You know how each time I hit escape and then I accidentally hit escape again? So there used to not be a prompt there. So what would happen then, what would be happening every time I do that, very much on accident, is it would just dump me back in the menu. And I'd be like, damn it! And then hit continue. And then, oh, hang on, tap, tap, damn it! And then go back. That's all patched. But, what? Excuse me. Warp Core, did you breach this game? Be honest. Okay, God damn it. I'm gonna try something. Or not? Maybe I'm not gonna try something. Hang on. Let's actually exit it. I mean, assuredly, yeah. Just Shadows. This really shouldn't change anything. Really. But let's see if it does, yeah? It really is funny. And I kind of absolutely mean this as an insult, although not to this game in particular. But, like, it is shocking how many games, modern games, do not understand proper tunneling and drilling. It is bizarre to me how many people have forgotten what is essentially Interface 101. The FPS cap is only on PC. What? I am playing this on PC, because of course I am. One moment, please. I have found a fan patch. I had to scrape GitHub a little bit. You know what it is, even if the terminology isn't familiar, Just Shaddix. Name a game you know very well, Just Shaddix. I can use that as a specific example. Super Metroid. Perfect. Actually, a terrible example, but you know when you're in the menus? There's a button to go down. No, Ross, come on. There's a button to go down, and there's a button to go up. In Super Metroid's case, it's A and B, respectively. A, your drill is always the same, and your tunnel is always the same. Make sense? On PC, that's usually enter and escape, respectively. Or left-click and right-click on the mouse. But the consistency of it is kind of the importance of being able to do proper tunneling design. Again, Oblivion is a rather famous PC game that absolutely fails at this exact same thing. Here we go. One moment. Let's go ahead and... Whoops. I didn't turn that down. I didn't come up with the term, for the record. Tunneling and drilling is something that it's an actual programming term. Okay, so I need to... No. I'm not going to end the review now. I'm actually looking forward to this. We haven't even started the game. I'm just frustrated at things that are literally headache-inducing. I don't know what you want from me. I've already given those negatives. Let's move on. Okay, so I need to put this here. Star Trek game? No. Discounting. Guys, chill. Don't make me bring out Arnie. There's the binaries. Bring up the wolf's head. Grunt. Okay. Let's find that INI file. One moment, please. God, those are some good movies. Yeah, let me scan this INI file to make sure it's not a virus. All right. I've never even heard of those games off Rift account. And now's not a good time. Bug me later. What, the game EXE? Yes, Star Trek Resurgence is a virus, Just Shaddix. And I'm the cure. The patch EXE. Okay, Just Shaddix does not understand how patching works. That's okay. I don't blame you, Just Shaddix. I don't blame you. Stab! Okay, there we go. Okay. I am going to restart, but I swear there's a specific reason for doing this, so just bear with me, please. I think I've heard of Haze, actually. That is so much better. Oh my god, that's immediately better. Look at that. Look at that.
Captain's log, stardate 57931.4.
I didn't expect to see a difference immediately. Now hang on, there's a specific cutscene where I know the depth of field is going to pop in. And I want to see that. We uncapped the FPS. Oh, it was literally an INI edit. Like I said, we just uncapped the FPS.
Letting this unprecedented ion storm slow them down. They're ready for something different. I know I am. Perhaps
look at that. Oh, that looks so much better. Jesus.
Fortunately, nothing ever stays the same.
That's the idea of Unfalkenstein, but I'm going to have... there's a cutscene when we're talking to the ensign on the shuttle where depth of field showed up. It was the first time I really noticed it.
Says order gives way to chaos.
So I'm gonna get to that specific part of the cutscene, and we'll see if it still has the depth of field.
Our new first officer is en route to the Resolute. Jara Rydek. I know she'll bring a welcome dose of new blood to the crew.
Now that is a negative. Bad optimization and lack of settings is a negative, but I've already given that negative, so that's whatever, honestly.
Thanks.
No problem.
Yeah, the depth is still there. Look at the starfield. Look at the
I'm
starfield.
not great with flying. But these little shuttles?
Alright, hang on. Yes, I actually want to exit the game this time. Give me one more moment. Let me see if I can fiddle with the depth. Let me see if I can fiddle with this. I'm sorry, I'm just tweaking. I'm a Trek fan. What do you want from me? I'm tweaking. Give me a sec. Give me a second. Oh, God, much better. I don't want to sound negative, really, because I've been looking forward to this for, like, months. Possibly over a year. But, like, that was actually unironically headache-inducing, and that's why I wanted to get that fixed. The last thing I want is to be playing a game that's quite literally giving me a headache, you know what I mean? Okay, so we're going to start over one last time, hopefully. Good luck, offshore Twitch account. Yeah, exactly, Ross. Negative given, patch applied, let's go. But hang on, let's see if we fix this. Let's see if we fix this. So let's go over here. Let's see where it dumps us. I'm kind of curious, actually. I didn't even think you were being angry, just Shaddix. Now, I apologize. You probably don't know this. I used to work in networking and computer security. If I got caught by a virus like that, then I should be ashamed of myself. I'm pretty sure saving is checkpointy. That's how it was in most Telltale games. No, 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 I don't want to exit the game this time. Okay.
Captain's log, stardate 57931.4. The crew is restless. After spending too many months piecing our ship
Wait, what's frozen? What's frozen?
Together,
I'm
finally about to venture out on
That's strange. I'm here. I'm moving. I'm not even dropping frames.
And the crew
Oh, that's... I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Hang on. Hang on. That's... Wow, game. Okay. No, I actually have a solution for that. As absolutely weird as that sounds. Because I've been streaming for 13 years. So I immediately know what's wrong, and immediately know how to fix it, and already have that fixed ready to go. I actually had a nightmare. This is not a joke. I had a nightmare recently that some really big shot, like, streamer, you know, one of the really big streamers got a hold of me and was like, hey, and, like, was constantly insulting me as if I'd never streamed before. And the whole time I'm just like, yeah, I've been doing this since you were in school. Because it was like some 20-year-old.
I know I am. Perhaps more than any of them.
Oh, it wasn't anyone in particular. It was just like big name
nothing
streamer.
ever stays the same. It's entropy.
Yeah, I was getting mansplained, and I'm just like,
Change is inevitable. And while entropy says order gives way to chaos, in this case, change is good.
Has been called. No. Someone who's actually worth a damn, Mr. Red.
Our new first officer is en route to the Resolute. Jara Rydek. I know she'll bring a welcome dose of new blood to the crew.
Do love me some blood. Remember, watch the Starfield. Watch Starfield. Watch Starfield.
Thanks.
No problem.
Okay, yeah, it's fixed. Oh, thank you, God. Yeah, let's turn back on VSync, see if that changes anything.
I'm not great with flying. But these little shuttles?
Yeah, okay. Okay, we did it. Success! You thought you could cap me? You thought you could outmaneuver me? I'm a Star Trek fan. What the hell were you smoking? Okay. This game came out last year, I want to say. God, that is just so much better. I'm sorry, I know I have, like, more sensitive eyes than most people, but it's one of those things where I can immediately notice when this kind of stuff is happening, you know what I mean? It's such an immediate thing, and, like, it's relaxing when it goes away. I know that's a weird way to put it, but it's true. Like, my eyes physically relax a little bit when that kind of stuff goes away. I don't think we can feet spin at the cursor. I think I'm just going to live with that. Although, we do have... Oh, camera sensitive. Let's crank that all the way up. Actually, hold on. I want to exit the game. I'm done! We're done! 50 negatives to both axes for no reason. Here, hang on. Let's do our test case here real quick. Because it's a Star Trek game. Negative to external continuity. Star Trek game. Actually, that is one of the things I want to pay attention to. We've talked about this before. External continuity doesn't just mean, like, sequels and the like. It means how well it uses the property in question. This is a Star Trek game, so one way or another, this will either get positives or negatives to external continuity. There's no avoiding that, right? That's the thing with licensed games. That did not change anything. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Let's pull everything back. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, exactly. Does it use the setting properly? And that is a binary question, yes or no. It feels like it's made for a controller, which is funny that this is controller-y. There's another comparison to KOTOR I could make. Made for consoles first and PCs later. I admittedly am not super familiar with the engine in question, so I don't know how hard it is to convert from analog input to mouse input. Yes, you experience bees! Come on. There we go. Oh yeah, I got a controller right here. Here, I'll switch to it real quick. Wait, hang on. In order to properly test this, we've got to do this one more time. Yeah! I really, really love plasma torching this. I love it. I love this plasma torch. It is the greatest thing. Computer reset simulation to index point 33.28. We're tweaking. We're tweaking. No, this is testing. This is just doing due diligence.
Just the thing.
What do you want to bet? Oh no, that still kind of sucks. What in the world? Why? Why is this still like this? Why is this like this? I mean, it's smoother at least. I just hold down, right? Or I hold up. Whatever. Moving on. Moving on. No, we already tried camera and aim sensitivity. Almost there. Almost there. There we go. Okay. We're here. We're here. I can perfect this, Loke. I can make the perfect plasma torch. This is it. No screw-ups, okay? No screw-ups. Yeah. In the middle. Okay, here we go. Okay, perfection. Okay, one more. Yeah, we're gonna plasma torch something without goggles. Don't do this in real life. I don't know, Josh Keaton. For real, where are his goggles? Yeah, like, normal welding without protection's a terrible idea. Why would you do this? And gloves. Or apron. Or anything. It's okay. If there's one thing we know about Star Trek, is that they have absolutely no idea about the most fundamentally basic principles of security or safety. Now, that sounds like a joke, but if you've watched Star Trek, you know what I mean. Damn it. Yeah, what's a seatbelt? Right? Why are rocks in the consoles? What's armor? I've welded too. It's actually kind of terrifying. Like, it's one of those super mundane things that can cause tremendous damage at a moment's notice.
I thought the thing was totally fried. Nice work, Carter.
Nothing to it, Neely.
And not a moment too soon. The boss wants us down in engineering. Like, now.
Yeah, I noticed we're in lower decks now. And I like that idea, too. Oh, I like the corridors. Look at that. That's that. I'm going to be honest. That's some nostalgia right there.
See her fully operational again. And if she breaks, we'll just fix her.
I'm going to be honest. That's some nostalgia right there. That is definitely a Trek corridor. Voyager era. Although we've got the wood paneling, so maybe a little TNG. I mean, honestly, the brickwork's been pretty legit in this game so far. I've already jotted down a positive for it.
I heard the new XO just arrived.
Speaking of which, Bella asked a question earlier. You know, what role would I be in Star Trek? And I've been debating that a little bit because it's one of those interesting things. It's actually two questions. Which one do you think you'd be good at? And which one do you think you'd actually, you know, want to be? As for me, it really does, Ross. Sound design, I need to jot that down. Janitor? I could do janitor. But my knee-jerk thought is actually XO for myself. And you're probably thinking, what? What's the XO do? Well, I'll tell you the first thing that is the XO's job, and that is to be the personnel officer. The XO is one of the major people who interacts with the crew on a daily basis, on an individual name-to-name basis. Trek doesn't lead into that as much as it probably should, but that is still in Trek. How many times do we see Riker and Trey going over crew personnel reports, for example? I am the middle manager who knows everybody. Unfortunately, Trek condenses a lot of roles into one, so the XO is actually the first officer, the XO, the bosun, and in several cases actually functions as the quartermaster as well. But yeah, exactly. I have absolutely no problem being an XO, especially if I have a good captain who I trust to be said captain. That being said, if the captain steps out of line, there we go.
Be long before we get underway. I just hope whatever Chovak called us down for, it's something good. I can never tell with him. I'd rather not end up degaussing plasma manifolds. Hanging upside down makes me queasy.
You and me working together, we can tackle anything he throws at us.
Your optimism is positively contagious.
I'm trying to hear Josh Keaton in that voice, and I'm not quite catching it. And I've been hearing Anduin as recently as yesterday.
Looks like we got here before.
Lieutenant Commander Chovak.
No, that's there. I can hear
We
it.
were just looking for you, Commander.
Petty Officers Ed Solar, Diaz. I was beginning to think you would be late.
Oh,
We are all hands on deck right now, which means if you are not at your post at the appointed time, I do not have someone to replace you. A point I have been forced to make to Petty Officer Edsolar on repeated occasions.
Well, Commander Chovak, isn't it true that if we were almost late, it categorically means that we were not late?
That is correct, Mr. Diaz.
I mean, if anything, Edsolar and I are following the schedule to the letter.
Yes, perhaps I should adjust the schedule accordingly.
So, I don't suppose you wanted us down here to check in before we go off duty?
Equip yourselves in EV suits to work on the exterior of the hull. I need you to tune the structural integrity field for optimal performance. The subspace distortions and ionic interference we are experiencing are preventing the proper calibration. But this ship must be ready to depart shortly, despite the storm. The precise nature of these disturbances are not fully understood. But many systems have been affected by the wide band of emissive activity.
Whatever it throws at us, we'll be ready. We've got the best chief engineer in the fleet.
I am a Vulcan, Mr. Diaz. Flattery is not necessary. All that I require is that you do your job. Right now, that entails critical preparations, because long-range sensors show that these disturbances will be more severe at our destination, the Hotari system. You have your orders. Do not delay.
Yes, Commander Chovak.
No, they're not officers. They're, oh god, I can't think of the frickin' term. There's enlisted, and then there's blank. Non-commissioned. Thank you. Non-commissioned. That's us. I'm honestly weirded out that Star Trek even goes into that direction with it. Like, there's real-life reasons behind that divide that arguably don't apply to the Federation. So I'm not 100% sure why they did that in Trek, other than the fact that we did that in real life. It's just weird to think about. Something to chew on. Anyways, can I just say, I would rather die than work under a Vulcan in the engineering department. Oh my god, that would be terrible.
All hands on deck.
What's that?
All hands on deck. That's what Chovak said. You know what that means? It means this ship isn't ready to go out, and the brass know it. So they're throwing every warm body at it. And they're going to leave on schedule. Consequences be damned.
You won't get an argument from me, Nelly. Sure seems like everyone's still scrambling.
And I get it. When has a relaunch ever gone off without a hitch? But this isn't just any old refit or any old relaunch.
Oh, whoa. Excuse me.
A lot of new faces coming on board. It's gotta be tough coming as a replacement. That's for sure.
They seem all right. Something that happened 6 months ago while they were off on another ship? Well, that's nothing to hold against them.
Yeah, you're right. I guess getting a little new blood on board doesn't hurt.
I'm sorry, I have to jump in. Why are they crunching? Don't actually answer that, because I'm kind of hoping there is an actual answer to that question.
Hold on. Now there's an old face I didn't expect to see again. Hey, Miranda!
You weren't gonna leave without me, were you?
Miranda, you're here?
We thought you were staying on the Adirondack.
Transfer came in at the last minute, so I figured I'd slum it on this bucket of bolts.
Is that Ellie
Looks
Hillis?
like you got her back together pretty nicely.
No.
I wasn't sure what to expect.
I'm gonna take the high road here, pretend you didn't say that, and welcome you aboard.
He's a better diplomat than I am.
He still owes me a bottle of Saurian brandy. Don't think I forgot.
Oh yeah, it's coming back to me now.
Maybe Carter can rustle up that bottle and we can give you a proper welcome. As soon as we wrap up this quick little spacewalk.
Whatever engine Telltale Games have used have always had a few issues with animations.
Here, let me help you.
That's just something I kind of walk over for the most
So
part.
what's the word?
Unless it actually gets in the way. Like, remember, the definition of a negative is it actually detracts from the story. So we'll see if it reaches the point where it detracts from the story. For the moment, it just feels kind of rough. And that's fine.
The security rotation?
Yep. Still running with the usual suspects.
Whoa!
Good to go.
It does, Russ. The vibe is definitely there.
See you on the other side.
Also, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure this is this studio's first game. Not... You know what I mean. Ah! No! There we go. What I mean by that is, obviously, most of these people are vets, and a lot of them came... 20 of them came from Telltale. But this is the first game under this studio, under this label. So it's entirely possible they were having financial issues and presentation issues. And, well, let's also remember that they had to get the Star Trek license. That's always a thing. I am going to jot down an atmosphere thing, though. I mean, listen to this music. Listen to this music. You hear that? 3 dominant parts of any good Star Trek song. Horns, woodwinds, strings. I know you can say that about a lot, but the way that they complement each other, it's uniquely Trek. The horns almost always carry the primary melody. The strings almost always pull primary harmony, and the woodwinds are almost always used as accompaniment or emphasis for specific parts. Oh wow, self-publishing, essentially. That's risky. I hope this game sold well. I really do. That was always one of Telltale's biggest problems. They just didn't bring in the money that they were spending. I'll put a question mark here. Sorry, one moment. I need to actually look up something. Oh my god, Just Shaddix, you're fired. Guitar and Star Trek music? Yeah, no. Oh. There it is. Okay, apologies for the delay. There we go. Ping to you, Flagend. Hope your day is going well. I really hope this game sold well, because, like, this is going to sound strange. It probably says something about me as a person. This game's neat and all, but, like, what I'm thinking about is what happens after this, right? So, how well this franchise and this studio do depends entirely on how well this game sold. And who knows, right? I have no idea where that went. Also depends on exactly what their licensing deal was with Paramount. Or CBS, I guess.
That view never gets old.
And we're fried alive by the radiation. I mean, I meant what I said in my earlier blurb. A Star Trek Telltale game, like, there's specific settings just are custom made for specific genres of game, and Telltale fits Star Trek like a glove. And transition to the other character. I called that, too. I love how we're on a dinky ship, too. Do you notice that? I mean that with no hyperbole. I love the fact that we're not on a Galaxy-class heavy cruiser. I love the fact that we're not on a Defiant gunboat. I love the fact that we're on a rando research ship. I didn't even catch the class of this thing. Agreed, Plutonia.
Captain Solano should be here momentarily.
Sure thing, Illidan. The rando class! Ah, it's a Centaur refit. No wonder I didn't recognize.
You'll have to forgive me, I don't know much about Kobleods. But my understanding is you need a steady supply of duridium to keep your cell structure stabilized, or bad things start to happen. And we have plenty of duridium in sickbay, so there's no risk of running out.
Narrator. So this is called foreshadowing. It's a narrative device. Sorry.
Thank you.
Feel free to make yourself at home. And help yourself to whatever you like from the replicator.
No, Just Shaddix. And I've played that game. More than once. Never beat it until I had a walkthrough. Which honestly gives away my opinion in a nutshell. 5 shadowing.
He's still got a thing for trains. The warp engines of their day, apparently.
Look, the train was a sea change for humanity. I'm sorry. I don't want to geek out on that, but holy crap.
I can't believe he keeps this around. Don't even know where mine is.
Wait, there's paper in Star Trek? What?
Just a sip of something. Decisions. Rack the Geno.
That's right, I outed myself
That sure has a kick.
as a Trek geek.
Jara Rydek. Last time I saw you, it was graduation from the Academy. You'd already secured one of the most prestigious assignments possible. And you were burning with enough ambition to fuel 7 trips around the Necrid Expanse.
Hold on. You're old. Old people don't exist in Star Trek. No, I swear, I'm actually going somewhere with this. Follow me for a moment. This is some rando research ship, right? A Centaur refit, I think it was, that just does little odd jobs off on the rim, right? Why is a captain this old here? Immediate answer. Either he never actually had ambition to go closer to the front command, or this is functionally his retirement. Hang on, I've actually got a third option. He's one of the only people who survived the Dominion War. Yeah, Picard's old, but he was on the Enterprise, a Galaxy-class heavy cruiser. This guy, think about it.
It's good to see you again, Captain.
I could not be happier to have you on the Resolute. My only regret is that we couldn't provide you with a warmer welcome.
That's true, the Enterprise was Picard's second command.
Her new ship deserves a bit of fanfare. But, unfortunately, we've had our hands full with the refit.
That would be the retirement option, Mortal.
That would be totally unnecessary. I don't need any pomp and circumstance.
You've been here all of 5 minutes, and already you're trying to make us more efficient. I like it.
I'm your XO, what the hell do you want from me?
We've had a rough go of it these last 6 months. The ship suffered some damage, but not nearly as much as the crew.
I assume you mean the accident.
That's right. The tragic accident, really. We were on the verge of a major scientific breakthrough. A quantum leap forward in warp core technology. 10,000 teradynes per second. The ability to travel at a sustained rate of speed longer and faster than we ever dreamed. What would have been the crowning achievement of my career. Right there. Within our grasp.
I'm telling you, he's on his way out. He's on his way out in his career. He's 5 years from leaving Starfleet.
Until it all went so horribly wrong. We pushed her too hard, and a warp core malfunction overloaded the system, creating a pressure gradient way beyond what the ship can handle. It was heartbreaking. We lost some of our best people. As captain, I have to take full responsibility.
That's why I'm stuck here instead of going up to the Admiralty Board.
It was my decision to make, and I have to live with the consequences.
You have to look to the future. You can't dwell on the past, on things you can't change.
There's nothing that can be done about it now. In my defense, I will say, we might have avoided the whole ordeal if my senior staff had been willing to trust me. There was a lot of pushback from my former XO, and I think that cost me his confidence. I don't want you to pull any punches. Certainly not on my account. But once we decide on a course of action, I need everyone to fully commit to the mission.
Actual real-life military doctrine boils down to the idea that it is your job your duty and your responsibility to question your command, your orders, especially if you have any suspicions or worries about them being illegal or immoral. Hang on, there's a caveat there. Because the secondary aspect of that job is, once you've pushed back and then that order has been repeated and confirmed, it is then your job to fulfill that order to the best of your ability. It's an interesting back and forth, and it's a unique dynamic that doesn't always work. It's pretty much exactly why, you know, Jellicoe kind of failed as a captain, in my honest opinion. Because Jellicoe didn't want anybody questioning him at any time for any reason. He just wanted people to do their jobs. Actually, yeah, that's also referenced in Babylon 5. In fact, I'm pretty sure I talked about that during my Babylon 5 rooms.
Anything short of that just won't work. And that's when things start to go sideways.
Whether I agree or disagree, I can promise that I'll be honest to a fault.
Good. That's exactly what I'm looking for. But at the end of the day, it has to be my call. Look, I'll be blunt. We can't afford another mistake. Or at least, I can't. I feel like my career is hanging in the balance here. We need a win. Something to restore the crew's confidence.
Like you ever read about all those adventures, those episodes of Captain Picard's crew? Man, now we need something like that. If only we could have a next generation episode. That would be fantastic.
I understand.
On a more positive note, Starfleet has tasked us with what they're calling a mission of the highest priority. Escorting a senior diplomat to Hotari space. Two previously peaceful and otherwise non-aggressive civilizations now find themselves on the brink of all-out war.
So it's a peacekeeping mission.
I see it as a golden opportunity to not only prove what the Resolute and her crew are truly capable of, but also a mission for which we're uniquely qualified.
And by we, I mean me, and by us, I mean me, and by the crew, I mean me.
This ionic storm. Our long-range sensors suggest it's several orders of magnitude stronger than anything on record. A total anomaly like nothing we've seen before. And you'll never guess where it leads.
Hotari.
Exactly. Very nearly in the precise location where we're headed. Where I imagine the interference will be exponentially greater. But the diplomat will brief us on the details of the rendezvous.
Who is the senior diplomat we're escorting?
That I don't know. Starfleet hasn't said. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. I expect we'll have some rough sledding when we arrive, so I need you to prepare the crew for the worst. There's just one more thing I want to clarify up front. The metric that for me will be the ultimate measure of your success.
That is, how good this looks on my record.
What is it?
If after serving as my first officer, you don't one day find yourself with a ship of your own, then I will consider it my personal failure. When that might happen is entirely up to you. But it goes without saying, you have my full support.
Thank you. But I feel like I still have so much to learn.
You'll have plenty of opportunity. And if you're willing to put in the work, I'll do everything in my power to help you along the way. Come. Let me introduce you to the crew.
Yeah, can we get some red flags in chat? Oh, that's definitely TNG area. Look at the wood, the oak. Look at that. That's sharp. I like that. I like that bridge.
Everyone, if I could have your attention for a moment. I'd like to introduce Commander Jara Rydek, our new first officer. Some quick introductions. This is Lieutenant Handar, our helmsman, one of the best in the business.
One of?
Well, what he lacks in humility, he more than makes up for in ability.
A pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Likewise.
Next, we have Commander Westbrook, our Chief Science Officer. I've come to rely on his expert counsel on a regular basis.
Pleasure.
Commander Rydek,
It is such an honor to meet you.
This is our tactical officer, Lieutenant Bedrosian, who's been looking forward to meeting you for about as long as I can remember.
I've been following your career for quite some time. And I look forward to learning as much as I can from you.
Thanks.
If anything, the honor is mine.
Well, I have to admit, one of the reasons I've followed your career is because you're part Kobliad, because of what you've overcome. Starfleet stands up for people who can't defend themselves, and you were one of those people once. But since then, you've done so much to protect others who need it. I really admire that. So, you've been something of an inspiration to me. Not that I've done anything close to what you've done, but you definitely set a standard to strive for.
That's very kind of you to say, but enough about me. We have a lot of work to do.
Oh, yes, of course.
And then, of course, you've already met Commander Ermont.
I don't mean to niggle, but there are 3 separate people with the command rank, that's to say the rank of commander, on this bridge. That, what do you want to bet right now that's going to lead to a thing down the line, where it's like, this commander's like, we should do this, and this commander's going to be like, we should do this. And we're, of course, the 3rd commander. And we have to choose which one we go with.
Please, do everything you can to make Commander Rydek feel at home here. I'll be on the starbase. I have an urgent meeting with the starbase commander to get our authorization to get underway. If they drag their feet any longer, we won't make our rendezvous. The bridge is yours.
Romance? Well, obviously we're going with the TAC officer. Duh. Oh my god, we're wearing a red shirt! It's okay, it's okay. This is the TNG era, the modern Trek era. In the modern Trek era, the red shirt's actually the yellow shirt.
Science station. The Resolute is a science vessel, primarily. Might explain Commander Westbrook's attitude. I'll have to speak with him later.
Dr. Crusher was commander. But there was... She shouldn't have been, is the simplest way to put that.
Tactical station. Hopefully a diplomatic mission won't require we use our weapons much. But if it comes to that, we'll be ready.
Narrator. They used their weapons a lot. Troy was lieutenant commander, which also was nonsense. For various reasons.
So many decks. Full of crew that are now my responsibility.
Voyager, yeah, had 1 commander, and arguably shouldn't have had any, but that's neither here nor there.
Communications. Keeps us in contact internally and with other vessels.
And yes, Troy actually had a side story arc where she underwent the command test in order to gain commander rank, to get pushed up a level.
Tactical holodais. Just like they've got on the Excelsior.
I mean, she was a major, so...
Commander, Chief Engineer Chovak needs to lower the structural integrity field. He's sent a crew out to recalibrate the emitters in response to the danger posed by the storm. We just need your go-ahead.
Permission granted.
Lowering structural integrity field, now.
Entering maintenance mode. Condition blue.
Meanwhile...
The storm is getting worse.
Looks like they turned off the SIF.
Great. Let's get to that emitter. Every time we're out here, I half expect to see her in pieces again.
She's still got some scars on her. It adds character.
When I joined Starfleet, all I wanted was a ride out of town. But this isn't exactly how I pictured it.
On the outside of the ship,
No.
Kirkland here.
Sometimes it feels like we're just part of machinery. Don't you want more than that? I mean, Starfleet is noble and all, but it's still a machine. A massive, massive machine.
I am more than that. And so are you. You wanted to get away. I enlisted because I didn't want to wait years just to get out and see the galaxy. I wanted to go somewhere. See new worlds. Look up at a sky no one's ever seen before. Just because I'm cranking a hyperspanner up in a Jeffries tube today doesn't mean that's all I'll ever be.
Yep, let's put a red flag there. Red flag here.
We are at the Sif emitter.
Acknowledged. You may proceed with the recalibration.
No, this is very Trek. And everything that means.
Beginning recalibration.
Careful. Too much action and harmonics will deflect the alignment.
Looks good.
Good morning, Savicon. We've already met our first Vulcan, and he's a dick. Actually, yes, it is, Worker.
Commander Westbrook, right? Chief Science Officer.
You remembered my name and my rank. Impressive. Yes, I'm the Chief Science Officer, and I have the dubious honor of being the most senior officer on this bridge. I know this ship inside and out.
Underthought, offshore Twitch account.
What a very impressive list of credentials.
This is a research and discovery ship, first and foremost. Now with a former tactical officer as its new first officer. I'm curious, though. A Kobliad, or half in your case, is an odd choice for first officer, given your vulnerable condition and all. But if, as an example, we found ourselves in a hostile situation, and you were suddenly incapacitated because you needed an infusion, what would happen then? You'd leave Captain Solano without an XO. Granted, that would be a worst-case scenario, but not outside the realm of possibility.
Captain Solano's familiar with my condition. I'm sure it factored into his decision. So I'd have to say it's not a problem.
But we should probably have a contingency plan just in case. Listen, can I be blunt, Commander?
No. I disallow you from speaking. How's your day going? Sorry. Big Macs. Oh. Have you ever seen any of those cooking shows? Nowadays they're primarily on YouTube. Where like, we're going to make a homemade version of a such and such. Like a homemade Big Mac. And it's like so much better than the actual Big Mac. Oh my God. Oh, 100% Eternus. We've got to have this. This is a Telltale game. We've got to have the asshole. We've always got an asshole in these games. And statistically speaking, every time we're nice to those people, it doesn't work out. So I'm not going to be nice to this guy. But for very out of character reasons. Also, this has nothing to do with anything. But, can I admit that I've just had collective consciousness stuck in my head, like, all day? Everyone in chat. What's collective? Don't worry. If you know, you know. It's the name of a song, Blade to Roll. Let's see. Jotting down some thoughts very quickly here. Have you listened to the Resurgence soundtrack, Spartan? That soundtrack is fire. Come on. Let's see. Sorry, still jotting down a couple of thoughts here. No, music is a question mark. Which one, Dakota? If you don't ask. Or if you don't mind me asking. Red Sun. The Red Sun's a good one. It's probably my least favorite of them, but I would still call it a good song. That's Sundowner, I'm pretty sure. For those of you curious, my favorites would be oh god, what's the name of it? It's the one about being a saint. Hang on. Stain, sorry, not Saint. Stains of Time. A Soul Can't Be Cut, I think. That doesn't sound right, though. It's one where we fight Samuel. Collective Consciousness, and It Has to Be This Way. Those are my personal favorites. In no particular order.
See no reason to stop now.
Commander Sutherland, your predecessor, was one of the best first officers in all of Starfleet. His record was impeccable, and his reputation was without equal. I mean no disrespect, but the shoes you're stepping into are almost impossible to fill. He was loved by the crew, and he was one of my closest friends. So I can only hope that you'll live up to expectations.
I don't think I could ever replace Commander Sutherland. And it would be a mistake to even try.
Seeing as Captain Solano is on the starbase, let me give you an update on this ion storm we're flying into. It's unusual, unlike anything I've ever seen. At the moment, I can't tell you if the Resolute will shrug it off or if we're putting ourselves at risk. However, if we learn more about its patterns, its nature, we can come up with a scientific countermeasure. Just a moment.
I'm sorry to interrupt here. Oh, hang on. I'll interrupt later.
We've got a massive energy wave inbound.
On screen.
Tracing its trajectory.
Starbase docking clamps are holding.
The storm's emissions are fluctuating, coming in waves. And if my projections are right, we're about to get hit by a wideband burst of ionic energy.
Anyways, real quick. How many of you have seen the YouTube video of Another Week on Star Trek Voyager? If you haven't, go look it up right now. If you have no interest in looking it up, I'm just going to share it because it's hilarious. You know how something happens every week in Star Trek, right? What happens if nothing happens? So, it's a bunch of clips of like them just sitting around looking more and more nervous as absolutely nothing is happening. Until finally, Janeway just jumps up and says, "Arm yourselves!" And they all just start shooting each other with phasers. Sit down, put away the phasers. Set a course for home. And off they go. And now they've got their quota for the week done.
Like a tsunami.
I'm reading power abnormalities all over the ship.
Estimated time to...
Red alert!
Aye.
Read alert. Read alert.
Putting sensor visualization on screen.
With the structural integrity field shut down, we can't take a direct hit.
Time to impact. 1 minute.
Shield systems are severely impacted. We have limited protection.
I need every available solution. What are our options?
Well, we could try shooting it with our phasers. We could shoot it with our torpedoes. We could punch it. There's this guy named Kirk. He had some really good success rate with that. Let's see, what else? We could try to do the Vulcan neck pinch thing, which may or may not work out. I don't know. That's kind of inconsistent.
We can weaken the impact of the storm with a deflector pulse.
There's a better way.
I'm sending all auxiliary power to the deflector dish.
Send the aux power to the shields. We can't reactivate the entire shield bubble, but it's a directional threat. So we can orient all we have towards the wave.
Can't you do both?
We only get one shot at this. We can't afford to get it wrong.
I'm gonna go with shields in that case.
That's why we need to send power to our shields.
Like, I'm sorry. It's probably the correct call to go with the technobabble solution, but I'm sorry. Shields are shields. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and collapse the warp core and throw it at it.
Petrosian, get those shields up.
Rerouting power to shields. Stand by. I need a heading. We've only got one shot.
Understood. On my command.
Heading locked.
Raise shields.
This is it!
All hands, brace for impact.
What about the guys outside the ship? What about the station we're docked with?
What happened?
We have experienced a surge of radiation.
Oh, you don't say.
This radiation supercharged the plasma, forcing it to backflush through the system and creating a dangerous imbalance.
It can blow out every primary system on the ship.
Just tell us where you need us.
I need you to traverse the hull to the access port to recalibrate the port nacelle plasma regulator.
Okay.
We've reached the first access point.
Understood. Do you see the override for the level 1 failsafe circuits?
Affirmative.
Engage the override. It should allow us to stop the EPS flow to the warp engine without triggering an automatic core shutdown.
Failsafe override engaged.
Are you sure? I am registering some crosstalk in the bypass circuit.
We need to route the signals so they don't interfere with each other.
Okay. I was actually hoping for a puzzle for a second there, but whatever.
Diaz to Resolute. The failsafes are temporarily disabled. Moving on to the EPS regulator.
Heads up, Carter.
What is that?
One of the discharges coalesced.
It's coming right toward us. I'm gonna try to disrupt it with my phaser.
I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. Here's the link. I see. Sorry. Ugh.
So we gotta climb up the pylon. Not that there's really an up, but, you know.
Use your phaser to clear a path. Done! Oh, won't let me shoot her. Damn it. I could have finally had that promotion I've been wanting all these years. Time to shoot the plasma. All right, America. America, America, America. States. The states of America. So far, the ground combat's better than STO.
We're almost to the regulator.
Sound design's on point, by the way. Has been the whole game, but I just felt like commenting on it now. Beam the storm out. No Tommy gun yet, Flygate.
Opening the access panel.
You know, you're right. In STO, these storms would literally beam in.
Time before it causes an overload in the engine. You must work efficiently.
Oh god, yeah, that wouldn't work at all, Ross.
EPS manifold adjusters reset to neutral.
I take it back. I don't want an actual puzzle. Oh, never mind. I actually got it.
The EPS lines to the port warp engine are back in balance. Almost done. Once I cycle the manifold nozzles, Chobot can...
Rape! Ensign, I need you to get your can of paint. What? And here's where the captain dies.
Get down! DS to bridge. We just lost the docking clamp. We've got a lot of debris coming down. All vibrations, too. We can't finish the EPS regulation in these conditions. Please advise.
We have to release the ship from that other docking clamp or the hull will be ripped apart.
There's a problem. The clamps are supposed to disengage automatically in an emergency, but it's not working.
Not working.
What are our options?
Shoot the sucker.
Docking clamps are fitted with exploding bolts for an emergency release.
We've got crew out there. That'd be like setting off a bomb next to them.
Maybe there's another way.
Starbase is hailing us.
Put him through.
Resolute, the remaining mooring arm is failing. You need to disengage from the starbase now.
Yeah, that's...
The damage to the station will be catastrophic.
We have crew outside and are looking for
We
the
have
safest
people
way to...
on this station. If that mooring arm breaks, we could lose dozens of crew.
Commander, hear me out. Reverse the polarity of the hull, which theoretically will repel the docking clamps.
And repel the engineering crew right off the hull into the storm.
This is Captain Solano. Put me on screen.
No. You can then beam them back on board, which we probably should have already done as of this moment, by the way. Like, I know they need to do repairs out there, but we could get them inside now, and then get them back out when we're no longer in immediate danger. Come on, people.
Go ahead.
Captain, we have a situation.
Commander, what are you doing? Blow the bolts on the docking clamp.
The captain doesn't know the whole story.
I'm giving you an order.
All due respect, sir, it's a more complex situation than when you
Jara,
disembarked.
I need you to do the right thing. We can't have this go sideways before we even leave for the mission.
The captain made himself quite clear.
They're gonna get hammered with debris out there. Reverse the polarity.
There is protocol.
And there are lives.
Starbase, stand by. We're gonna flip hull polarity to disengage the clamps.
Yes, Commander.
Yeah, frankly, not even a call to be made.
Be advised, we are going to reverse hull polarity to free us from the remaining docking clamp. Tether yourself and deactivate your boots on my mark.
Oh, that's smart. I didn't even know they had tethers.
8, 7, 6, 5,
Game.
4.
Game. Game. Game! Oh, God! Oh, God! The slow mouse!
Ah!
The slow mouse! Hang on! Hang on!
I got you.
Thank you.
Plasma imbalance is reaching critical condition. We are moments from primary system failure.
It's okay, we didn't kill our engineers, so we can fix that. By the way, that's the other reason that was the objectively correct call, by the way. Like, I know saving lives is cool and all, but in a command crisis situation, blowing the things, killing the crew, and then preventing us from fixing our own ship is just going to cause the ship to go bluey right next to the starbase, which isn't going to work out for anybody. You moron. Not that the captain knows any of that. He's too busy thinking about his next paycheck. Or his legacy. Anyways, that's my opinion of the captain so far. He is way too focused on, you know, his career and his legacy to actually be objective here. Oh, right there. His Star Trek legacy. That's right, he's being paid off by the Orions. And she's dead.
I got you.
No, for real. She's probably dead.
Officer Edselar's hurt and unconscious. I'm gonna have to tow her back to the airlock.
Mr. Diaz, the situation has changed. You are at risk of triggering a substantial electromagnetic arc if you approach the main hull the way you came.
But Commander, the way we came is the nearest airlock.
There is an auxiliary hatch near you on the far end of the pylon. You must bring Miss Edselar there to access the interior.
Roger that. Going there now.
Yeah, we haven't left the station yet, and everything's going wrong. Good God. Also, I don't mean to sound complainy. This is very Star Trek, right? Or perhaps very Starfleet. But anyways, they've got a space station right next to this gigantic ion storm, which apparently is a semi-regular fixture in the area, and they have nothing on the station to deal with this. Anyways.
I'm at the auxiliary hatch.
It's very Star Trek, sadly. I mean, how many years did Star Trek not support Deep Space Nine, the station, despite its tactical and personal importance? Significance.
No time to fight me on this. Get in there.
No, go in first, you idiot.
Not on your life.
Let's not let it come down to that.
Now that would be an interesting plot point for us. And we're dead. Well, that was a short game.
We made it.
Okay, I like that little moment. I like that little moment right there.
Safe. Bringing the Sif fully online.
Do it.
Yeah, good news. You're now 70% radiation. However, when you get angry, things are going to go badly. Yeah, there's a trope for that. I forget what it's called exactly, but it's like powered by an innocent child or something like that. That's O'Brien. He's the innocent child. The whole of Star Trek is pinned on his suffering. All right. Yeah, I had to pay the chocolate tax. I liked that sequence more than I thought I would. I still raise my eyebrow at some of it, but it's very Trek. Yeah, the orphan crushing machine. Anyways, the Soul Grinder, which is actually a thing in Warcraft lore, and it is exactly as horrible as it sounds. Listen, Crazenors. If there was ever a time to actually discuss Star Trek, I think this officially qualifies. For once. Yeah, Brian's not an officer. He works for a living. Oh, right. Sorry, we're not supposed to talk about Trek. So how about them Star Wars? Am I right?
Nilly.
I'm good. Help me with him.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Grand 7, but I like to think that you mean that literally. The storm was interfering with the teleprompter, so they couldn't read their lines, so they had to ad-lib everything at the same time. Like, oh god, the quantum McGarrigish is refluxinating the starboard inhibitor. Oh god.
Let's get this off. Medical. Got one wounded at my location. Carter. You don't look so good.
Yeah, every instance of technobabble in the show was just the teleprompter screwing up, and they just had to make something up on the fly.
Careful. I just got here. I'm not ready to see you two get blown to space dust just yet. Now let's get you down to sickbay.
Great.
Yeah, the Borg, Dr. Winter.
Status report.
The repair crew made it inside. EPS flow is back to nominal levels. The SIF is back up.
How does this affect mission readiness, Mr. Ermont?
Oh my God! Stop thinking about your freaking career. I'm just, wow! This guy. I can't tell if I like this or hate this guy for being so what he is. I needs to get into that Admiralty board. I want command of a nice, comfortable a space station or outpost. Retire with glory at my back. It's extremely believable. That's the messed up part. Ah, okay.
Releasing the docking clamps using hull polarity minimized damage to the Resolute. We'll have some last-minute repairs to make, but if we reapportion some of the staff, we can make our departure on time.
Or, hear me out. You can recognize that maybe, the giant electromagnetic storm that just smashed into the station and the ship should be accommodated for in the schedule, and maybe you should think about moving the schedule slightly to accommodate reality.
As of now, however, we are successfully moored to the station.
Good to hear. Send updates to my ready room. Commander Rydek, with me.
Time to get chewed out.
You disobeyed my orders. Well?
Respectfully, Captain, I made the right choice given the information
You
I had.
disobeyed my orders! And not just in front of the bridge crew, but the Starbase staff as well. That's going to get around. My name's already tarnished around the fleet.
This guy! he's oh my god, I saved 2 people's lives and fixed the ship and fixed the starbase, which includes saving your life, by the way, and you're concerned about your goddamn rep? This dude. But my career, I need to end on a high note for my career. Yeah, actually, if you want to get into... So, okay, let me explain something that tends to operate in military circles. So, have you ever heard of a court-martial? Now, you have, of course, but there's a very reasonable chance you don't actually know what it means. I don't mean that as an insult. What I mean is that fiction doesn't know what court-martials are. Court-martial is a military court that convenes to determine certain circumstances and evidence of what actually happened in a crisis situation. It is, in fact, mandatory, standard operating procedure that anytime something goes weird or wonky on a given mission, they hold a court-martial to determine what happened, right? It's an investigation. It's very, very normal to do this kind of thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Fiction likes to pretend that it's like court. It's like trying you +1, right? Like it's a more severe version of bringing you into a court. That's not true at all. Sorry for bringing this up right now, but the reason I bring this up is because if they were going to pull us into a court-martial for this particular situation, then what would happen is we would give them the evidence that we have and tell them the decisions we made. They would check the logs, they would investigate the crew, and they would say, you made the right call, which I did, by the way. And that would be the end of it. The captain would probably have his rep even further tarnished as a consequence of that, but that's what would have happened. Sorry, dude.
But what is it going to do to my credibility on this ship?
Everyone, look at his hair really quick. Look at it. Look at it. Vroom, 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 vroom. Yeah, one of the only, vroom, 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 vroom. One of the only Star Trek episodes to actually understand what a court-martial really means was not the episode named Court-Martial from TOS, but it was Measure of a Man, which was written by someone who was a lawyer. And they actually mentioned the court-martial of the Stargazer incident. Not because Picard was like, you did something wrong, because remember, he saved the ship in a crisis situation, but because that situation mandated a court-martial, right? That's how that works, like I just described. Great episode, by the way. Anyways.
From the top to the bottom. Bridge to lower decks.
Captain, I told you I'd be honest, so here it is. Maybe I shouldn't have disobeyed a direct order, but you were wrong. You weren't on board, and you didn't have all the information. So I made the right decision for the ship. If you're worried about your credibility, put your ego aside and trust your crew.
Ouch! I'm sorry, can we get a code blue in here for the captain's red room? Because he's going to need some treatment for those burns.
Trust me.
You might have won some fans on the bridge with that stunt, but not everyone. Lieutenant Commander Chovak has already bent my ear.
I'm sure he doesn't take it personally. He'll get over it in time.
Mr. Chovak is more complicated than he would want to admit. I guess we all are. And, if I'm being honest, I'm not sure what I would have done in the moment either. You never really know if you weren't in those shoes. So, let's just boil it down to, you did what you had to.
Thank you for understanding, sir. I'm sure no one knows the burden of command as well as you do.
I'm sure you will, someday.
Soon as I die at the end of episode 1. Oh my god. Thank you very, very much, Von Falkenstein. As always. Yeah, you noticed that I was actually extremely manipulative there. You caught that, right? Like, once he reaches out the olive branch, and he did, we immediately reciprocate. Just right back to it. Like, it's okay. Nobody understands the pressures of being in command like you do. Ego, ego. Is that really the 5 years marker? Hang on. It is. Wow. Well, thank you again, Von Falkenstein, for 5 years of support. If you want to put that anniversary sub to something, let me know. Well, that's the other thing. Part of the thing that made me think about the court-martial thing is there's a lot of interesting legalities that arguably don't matter until after the fact, if that makes sense. Yes, it does, Von Falkenstein. As a thank you for continuing to support me, I pushed the anniversary subs to be a bit higher than usual. It's basically fake money. You're still giving me $3, but I'm counting it as 50. Anyways, yeah, like, legally speaking, we were acting captain of the ship. The captain of the ship doesn't actually have legal authority to tell us what to do when we are acting captain, because though we do not have the rank of the position, we do stand in position of, or in place of the office of the position. We're the ones who's on the line, right? We're the flag at that exact moment in time, and so we make that call, period. He actually doesn't outrank us under those circumstances. In fact, no matter who is the acting captain, nobody outranks them unless they have a direct reporting line to specifically outrank them. Like, for example, if we were following a flag of an admiral ship, and the admiral gave us an order in command situation, that can actually override our orders. But if some commodore on some nearby station says, I need you to do this, and we say no, our orders stand legally because we're the acting captain of the ship, on the ship, in the crisis, in the moment. And there's some interesting, TOS even covers this. There's some interesting legality that goes through, but it's not just a matter of fabrication. It's there to ensure that command structure exists in a crisis, right? In fact, and this is true, one of the reasons this kind of precedence exists is so that some other guy, say on a station, who doesn't know the situation, cannot give incorrect orders that we are then compulsed to follow. Actually, yes, that is absolutely a plot point I'm going to use with Picard and Sisko in our Trek. Because depending on the situation, Sisko can give Picard orders, and depending on other situations, Picard can give Sisko orders. But it depends, because they have different authorities. They have different overlapping fields of authority and different rank privileges, depending on those situations. And yes, the morons showing up and being like, I need you to go do this, is a very Trek thing. Okay, so hang on. So, Graveyard Keeper, Necronox, and Phoenix Point. And meanwhile, Eternus is just being Eternus here. Thank you, Eternus, as always. Please stop giving me money. All right. So, thank you. Do you want to put those towards the same? Do you want to split it up? Do you want to do anything else with it? Yeah, there is a... Like I said, it's kind of about specific overrides. Yes, Starfleet is a military. It's about specific overrides. Like, for example, let's say there's some kind of a medical crisis on a ship. The person who has the highest authority in that moment is actually the CMO. Sorry, the Chief Medical Officer. They override everything else. If there's some kind of medical crisis on board, their orders supersede everything. And that makes sense. It's a medical situation. It falls under their purview, yada, yada. After the fact, we can have a court-martial in order to determine whether or not it actually was a medical situation and if they acted appropriately. But in the moment, that's them. That's on them. Yeah, if there's a contagion outbreak and we need to deal with that, CMO is just, boom, on top of that immediately. Stuff like that, right? Now, if you'll give me one moment, I'll be right back. Listen, Ross, the doctor needs to know. Which is funny, because the doctor specifically doesn't have command training, which is a plot point in an episode of Voyager. Several, actually, episodes of Voyager. No, this is an expensive chair. I do not skimp on my chair. I sit on this thing for like 12 hours a day. Never skimp on something like that. That's hilarious, Plutonia. And yeah, mattress is another thing. Crusher was a commander, which there's some asterisks there. As I've mentioned before, a lot of the command structure of TNG, which functionally established the command structure of all of Trek, was made by people who didn't understand military command structures. It works, but ultimately it only works because of some people going back and kind of rejiggering things after the fact. Thank you, Grand 7. Always appreciate you. And if you know what you want to put that towards, up to 3 things, please let me know.
Despite it all, we got our final Starfleet clearance to depart. So if you'll fetch Mr. Ermot, we'll knock out the final details of any outstanding repairs, and then we'll set out for Hotari.
Yes, sir.
As they should be, ISE. Captain is not just a rank, it is a position. The office of the captain. Yeah, we're on such a dinky ship. I love it.
All departments reporting full mission readiness. We've got our full complement on board.
All 3 people.
Right now.
The start of a new mission is always full of possibility.
The Orion Syndicate could sell it as a drug.
Don't let the Admiralty hear you say that.
Oh, I will. Once I become one of them.
Captain on the bridge.
Sit. Sit, everyone. You all know, I'm not big on speeches.
Oh, we're also not sitting.
Working on the first mission since our refit. Let's make it a good one. Disengage docking clamps.
How did... You know what? I don't even care.
Docking clamps released.
Thrusters ahead, Mr. Handar.
Everything will go wrong, Colgrim. And we'll be forced to choose between the commanders, which we actually already done. So, to be very clear, Gray N7, it doesn't work that way. There's no put it all to. You can put it towards RoboCop Rogue City, and then also 2 other things. I think. Hang on, I need to check the website before I say that. I apologize for possibly giving you an incorrect answer. Are you sure, Bionic Punk? Hang on, let's unfreeze it, and then freeze it, and then unfreeze it, and freeze it. Okay. I am correct. You can put it towards 2 additional things. Yeah, if you see this, that's me alt-tabbing for future reference. It's a Telltale game. That's how they all operate. There's nothing I can do about that. I've done enough I edits for the day, okay?
That should do it. Set a course for the Hotari system. Prepare to go to Warp 8.
Aye, Captain.
You know what? You take this one.
Engage! Punch it!
Engage.
Not bad. That effect is harder to pull off than you'd think. Speaking from experience.
Simple, but effective.
Hello, Zaluk.
Easy. Thank you. I'm fine. Really,
You don't look so good.
Hang on, let's check our ring.
I have to get to sickbay.
Go.
Could we have checked that before we went to the bridge? I mean, if we're that far down.
Help me get her inside.
Jesus Christ, Pete, come on. I know you're excited, but... This is the second game we've played in a row where we need a life-saving drug to keep us functional. That's sort of strange of a coincidence. Let's take our stabilizer. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The game we just played, Zactav.
Well, that was quite a scare.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If I had this condition, I would literally have this hypo on me like at all times. I would have a special thing on my belt. I would get a custom belt that holds a custom hypo that has an emergency thing for that. And if that sounds strange or like I'm over preparing or whatever, let me introduce you to the concept of an EpiPen.
A few minutes more and it would have been one of the shortest tenures on record for a first officer.
Is that the engineer that was out on the hull?
That storm did a real number on him, but he'll live. Just needs rest. You should worry about yourself.
Is that Deborah Wilson?
Levels got dangerously low and destabilized your cell structure.
This is definitely one of the more memorable first days I can think of.
My name is Dr. Aram Duval, Chief Medical Officer.
It does sound like her.
To be honest, I've never met a Kobliad before. You're...
rare. I know.
I was going to say special. Your people's numbers have dwindled, despite the Federation's efforts to find a more readily available alternative to the Duridium you need to survive. Yet you joined Starfleet and managed to thrive. I imagine the responsibility must be overwhelming. Maybe even a burden at times.
I don't like the attention it brings. Being treated differently than everyone else.
But you are different. That's not something you can change.
Also, Lieutenant Commander Pips.
True. But sometimes it makes it even more difficult than it already is.
And don't worry, I won't treat you like a science experiment. I just do the science and leave the experiments to Solano.
You don't agree with his methods?
I don't agree with his definition of acceptable risks. Not when the lives of your crew are at stake. My professional opinion is that the accident took a toll. More than he's willing to admit. He's overstressed, operating in the pressure cooker of his own mind. Which is never a good headspace when the lives of your crew are at stake.
Yeah, I don't mind either. Deborah Wilson's legit. I'm either fond of her. And I didn't see. Thank you for repeating, Grant Simmons. So, Guardians of the Galaxy and Jedi Survivor. You got it. Thank you again, Grant Simmons.
What concerns me is that now he's even further away from the thing he's been chasing his entire career. Breakthrough discovery. A major innovation. Something he can put his name on. The more the time passes and the further out of reach it gets, the more risk he'll be willing to take. People become blinded by their own ambition.
I hear you. But that's my job, isn't it? To make sure that doesn't happen. And we don't lose sight of the bigger picture.
Which is exactly why I'm so glad you're here. We need you now more than ever. And I have to give you credit for what happened on the bridge. It took guts to defy a direct order.
Huh.
Oops, sorry.
I guess word travels fast around here.
It's a small ship. And everyone's curious about the new XO. Fortunately, your cell structure's almost completely stabilized. And I'll spare us both the lecture, but I do feel it's my responsibility to remind you, without regular infusions of Duridium, you will not live. It's as simple as that.
Understood.
Then, my work here is done.
So, I am a very strident believer in alt-tabbing regularly, because I like to jot down notes during cutscenes. It's just being efficient about it. Did I write that down? Yeah, I did. Just jotting down some thoughts, don't mind me. Yes, this is post-Dominion War. They've only mentioned it once. It's only been relevant. Never, but, yeah. Is it post-Nemesis? I'm not sure.
Lieutenant Bedrosian.
I came to see if you were okay. We were all pretty worried on the bridge. No one knew what was happening.
I'm feeling much better. Thank you. It's just part of who I am.
You don't have to explain to me. I understand. I'm just glad you're okay. You trusted me earlier with the shields, and I appreciated that. I want you to know that I have your back.
Thank you.
It is nice to play a Telltale game again, Spartan. This is only the second one we've ever reviewed.
The emissions that gave you that burn are quite unusual, like everything else that goes with this storm. That's a combination of hyronolin and lectrazine to counter the radiation effects.
I'm sorry, okay. I was going to let this go, but you have a hypospray to counteract radiation. Do you know anything about what radiation does to the cells in a body? To the strands of protein inside the cells in a body? Now, that's not my complaint, as weird as that sounds. Star Trek has always had magic medical tech, and that doesn't really bother me all that much. Not really. Here's what bothers me. If we need delirium in order to continue to exist on a regular space and not go delirious, why don't we have, like, an armband? Or, like, a watch that keeps track of time and also has, like, an emergency injection into it? Right? Like something... We have the ring. We've got the ring that is scanning us regularly to say how we're doing. So why don't we have something just be like... and actually inject some deuterium into us regularly, right? Like, this is... I'm sorry to keep pointing this out. We have that kind of tech now. You have magic medical tech. Use it! Anyways.
That should help speed your healing. She's come by a couple of times to see you already. Be brief.
It's good to see you awake again. I was starting to get worried. Not that you aren't in good hands with Dr. Duvall. You did take one hell of a shot, though.
I hear you've been checking in on me. Thanks for that.
One of the benefits of working a security rotation. Lots of opportunities to walk by sickbay and stop in.
I'm sorry. I'm going to keep talking about this. I apologize. If you don't want me to think about this setting, then you need to stop. You need to not let me cover Trek. That's just reality. We're just accepting it. Let's move on for a second. Just acknowledge, move on. Here's what I would do. Let's have the regular thing, right? Let's make it something innocuous, but something visible so that the audience can see it. And I've already said my first idea. It's like a wristband. It just sits there, and like as we go into the bridge, we're like, ugh. And we have a moment of weirdness, and we look down, and we look at the thing, and as we're looking at it, and it does our injection, and we're fine. And then we look at the captain. The captain says, you know, are you all right? And you're like, yeah, but I'm going to check in with the CMO anyways. I haven't met her yet anyways, and it's standard policy. Then we go down to her. We have the scene with Deborah Wilson. Cool, okay. And then in the future, when we need to be absent the resource, all you have is have the damn wristband broken, right? There you go. We have figured out, we can still keep all of the same basic drama tidbits and cutscene construction that the dependence requires, but there's a little bit more competency layered over it to make it a little bit more believable. Boom. Yeah, have it run out, and we don't have access to the fresh supplies. Or we're stranded on a planet, and we can't get up to the ship where the supplies are, right? Like, there's so many ways you can still have this work and just have the competency on board. If I can rant very, very briefly, and I won't go too far down this hole, but this brings me right back to Ira Steven Behr. I'm not going to go into details because that's definitely spoiler territory, but one of the things Ira Steven Behr believed was that if you had competent Starfleet officers, then you would have no drama. And that's stupid, and I just proved it. You can still have drama. You can still actually write around having competent and capable characters with competent and capable tech. It just requires you to be creative and, ironically, competent. That's actually another great idea, Ross. Maybe they actually talk about how resources just are not actually all that plentiful. Because we just finished a major multi-year war against another interstellar power, right? That would be really funny, Cray. So, like, logic chain. Like, okay, we've got such and such amounts of the delirium aboard. It should be enough for us to get the mission done, but no more. So we're going to be a little bit of a timer. You know, just have that line there during the medical scene we just have. Because we literally just don't have the kind of supplies we used to, because we're not quite at the same level of resource production we have. Exactly, that's why they're sending this dinky research ship. Like, just... Wouldn't you be able to replicate more? So, one of the easy answers that Trek has always used for the replicator situation is certain materials can't be replicated. So there you go, there's that answer. That is admittedly a cheap answer, but it is an answer. It's also a very common Trek answer for a lot of things, like you can't replicate dilithium, for example. Yeah, maybe deuterium is rare. Maybe it's hard to stabilize. There's a dozen ways we could go with this, instead of just, oh, I forgot to take my shot. Ugh. Like, we could have literally died on the bridge there. Nobody was helping us get down to we had to walk down to the medical bay. It's based on latinum! Exactly! You get it. What's funny is I have a similar thing in our Trek. I just went the other way with it. You can replicate a whole lot of stuff, but you need materials to replicate with. Very, very specific processed materials. The nomenclature, the common term for it is replimatter. If you don't have replimatter, it doesn't matter what you're trying to replicate. You cannot have it. So, to use an example of this, if this was an episode happening in our Trek, and we wanted to have a situation where she ran out of the deuterium, then what we would have is they would run out of replimatter. I have no idea. L word. I've never heard of that in beta canon, to be honest with you. So they run out of replimatter, and as a direct consequence, they can't replicate anything, including her deuterium. And so, like, you could have a decision choice, like, we have to replicate such and such, but we can't. You know, stuff like that. Yeah, they don't use alchemy. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm getting way off topic. This is Star Trek. What do you want? It's Star Trek and it's a Telltale game. Every Telltale game we've ever streamed has involved us pausing the game for hours at a time in order to chat. If that's not what you're here for, then I'm sorry, I've got nothing for you.
Millie was looking in on you too, by the way. But since it's just us right now, I had a chance to think about this while I was away. And I thought it was important that I just come out and tell you, instead of tiptoeing around it.
Okay.
Leaving it unsaid.
Wait, are you angry at me or something?
Oh, no, not that.
Listen, I haven't had sex in like 4 years, okay? Fix it.
I'm sorry. I'm probably making too big of a deal here. What I'm trying to say is, we've been really good friends for a long time. But I got back here and I couldn't ignore it anymore. I want to see if there's more between us than just being friends.
All right, chat, what do you think? Should we see how this handles romance? No, we have to. We have to for the review. We actually have a precedent for that, even. We have to try out romance to see how bad they are. And then she's going to die later. No, she's going to be assimilated by the Borg. The Borg are going to show up and beeline for her and then leave. What was that? The Borg have an anti-romance sensor. Don't worry about it. Oh, okay.
You don't have to explain it. I feel the same way. There is something between us.
So, do you want to find out what that something is? If it's there for you, and it's there for me, why not give it a try?
We don't have to put too much pressure on it. Let's just see where this goes.
I like that.
Later that night. Just the jazz music from Rydell Retribution. It's I'm sorry. Just- ah.
Definitely felt some pressure coming down to see you.
Sorry to interrupt, but the patient needs to rest if he wants to get back to his old self.
Of course. I'll see you again soon.
Oh yeah, no, they're fully clothed in uniform, bumping up against each other like Ride to Hell Retribution. Yeah, no, that's how sex works, right? Oh my god.
Approaching the rendezvous point outside Atari space.
Helm, bring us out of warp.
Dropping to impulse.
Ionic
Close there.
interference surging, Captain.
Rated M for mature.
Shield integrity holding.
We can take it.
We are at the correct coordinates to meet the shuttle.
Commander Rydek, find us our diplomat, if you will.
Aye, Captain. Let's reduce the noise.
Oh, I don't
Filter
know,
out
Sophicom.
I can manually tune what's left for Federation signal types.
I mean, I actually do know. I don't want to go too much down this particular rabbit hole, but there's this really weird, dumb thing where, at least here in the States, the censorship boards and the people who actually decide the legality of this thing have decided that it is specifically nudity and specifically genitalia nudity that is defined as pornographic and therefore unacceptable. Nothing else. And that has led to some weird stuff over the last 100 years of the United States fiction. Some very weird stuff. Yes, mammary glands, nipples specifically, actually count. You can show everything other than the nipple, and trust me, they do. And yeah, and thus Ride to Hell Retribution. Are you gonna keep turning left, please? Oh my god. Game. 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 Hang on. Hey, there it goes. Oh my god, that is not how I imagined it wanted me to do that.
I've located the shuttle.
Opening comms.
On screen.
For curiosity, imagine I'm holding my mouse. What was actually working was not doing this, or this, or this. It was doing a straight diagonal line up and down like this. That's what actually worked finally.
Shuttle to Resolute. Shuttle to Resolute. Debris field. Lost maneuvering. Losing.
I can't get it any clearer.
We don't need it any clearer. They're right there.
Porter lock. It's just not happening.
Power up the tractor beam. We'll pull them directly into the docking bay.
Also, who names a shuttle the Excelsior?
Diaz, you good to run the tractor emitter?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
I'm sure.
And he dies. Ugh.
Come on, Diaz.
Yeah, I heard that, DZ Maven.
Lock onto the shuttle and stabilize the rotation.
Yeah, I know how to use it. Yep, we know how to do that now. We just do the diagonal thing. God, Shattered Universe. That's right. This is already by default our best scoring Star Trek game.
Debris.
I'm on it.
Unless we're counting Star Trek Online. What did Star Trek Online score overall? Can someone check that real quick for me, please? This is a better Star Trek game than Starfield. And that sounds like a joke, but remember, Starfield absolutely was trying to be Star Trek.
That's gonna take out the shuttle. There's the bridge. There's a large piece of debris headed for the shuttle. The tractor beam can't handle it.
Can our shields take it?
I believe so.
Commander Ryder, plot an intercept course.
On it.
Boom, boom. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay, here we go.
Here we go. Maneuvering thrusters bearing 53 Mark 17. 200 meters on an intercept course.
Maneuvering.
Yeah, but unfortunately or not, we've already given that negative, Zara.
Got it.
Whoa! Someone's working hard on the bridge.
That's... Listen, all I'm saying, Crazy Norse, is we need to have tons and tons of sex. Guys, you don't need to be applauding. I just...
We got the shuttlecraft on board.
Good job. We're on our way down to meet them.
It's a trap! I mean, that's true with every franchise, Crazy Horse. I can't remember what we were playing recently, but it was something where there was this one character who was barely a character, barely had any scenes, and barely was relevant. But everyone loved them. You know why? Because they were hot. Oh! Thank you very, very much, Lucas Slaughter, as always. And I will put that towards the Eternal Trails blocks.
Terra firma, so to speak.
Okay. I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna dig it yet. But that was my honest, immediate reaction. That was the knee-jerk reaction of just... Before I bash this, I should remind everybody that the only reason those shorts exist on YouTube, which I thank you for, by the way, is because you guys have been clipping shots. So if there's anything you think is worthy of being a clip and thus a short on YouTube, please feel free to do that. I know that Twitch's clipping interface is not great, but I appreciate it if you do. Thank you very much. That's all. Just wanted to say that because I've noticed nobody's been clipping anything for like 3 weeks. Anyways, so Spock shows up and says, listen, I haven't had sex in 4 years. That would be a good thing to clip, though, ISE.
Ambassador Spock.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I need to be a geek for a second. Just for 1 second, by the way. The rest of it... I am, in fact, checking a specific date, yes. So the Hobus disaster was 2387. I can, but it's more or less impossible to do so, Czar. Sorry, one moment. I don't know when this is, but that's kind of what I'm figuring out. So Nemesis was 20... Let's just get rid of the century. The year 79 was Nemesis. The year 87 was when Spock goes back in time. So that actually gives us a good 8-year gap in which this can be happening. And that still tracks, and that still functions. The reason I'm amused by that is I didn't actually think it was that big of a gap. I assumed it was much smaller. Hang on, let's get one last bit of nitty-gritty, then we'll move on. Blah, 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 blah. We're sure this is post-Nemesis? Not 100% sure, but it almost has to be, because it is post-Dominion War. Here we go. That's part of the reason I'm doing my due diligence on this, because I'm curious. We're going to have to go to the Daystrom Institute for this sucker. That's okay. I can do that. The interesting thing is, throughout mid to late TNG, DS9, and Voyager, they actually had a formula for star dates and used it reasonably well. There's some hiccups there. December 6th, 2380. At 11:25 p.m. and 3 seconds is in fact the exact time at which this game starts. Interesting. Still fits in the slot and still qualifies.
The captain will be right down to meet you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a good question. Hang on. I'm sorry. What would Stardate 0 be? January 1st, 2323.
In that case, I will wait for him here.
You like Spock, right? So far, the actor imitating Nimoy is actually doing quite a good job, too. Yeah, why is 2323 Stardate 0? Because, yeah, I was about to say, I just double-checked, Picard was actually in the Academy in 2323.
Well, let me be the first to say, welcome to the Resolute, Ambassador.
Thank you, Petty Officer...
Carter? Carter Diaz. Sir.
I am pleased to meet you, Petty Officer Carter Diaz. It appears I have you to thank for my safe arrival. Your assistance arrived not a moment too soon, if I may say so.
Well, it wasn't all me. I got some help from upstairs.
A bombastic approach to clearing debris. We thought we were prepared for our arrival in Hotari space. but it is evident my craft was not sufficiently robust for such intense ionic activity.
The storm has been pretty intense.
There was an element that was most unusual. Before you came to our aid, our maneuvering thrusters and impulse engines were rendered inoperable. So we attempted a short traversal at warp speed, only to find that we could not achieve warp at all, even though our diagnostics computer showed no faults or anomalies. What do you make of that? When all indications say that warp speed is possible, but in practice, we find it is not.
I'd rather investigate than speculate.
A sound principle.
Take readings, run some additional diagnostic checks, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
Quite logical, Petty Officer Diaz. Thank you.
Ambassador Spock.
Excuse me.
I'm honored to have you aboard. I'd like to get right to it. We're already behind.
This guy's so trying to ride Spock's coattails, it's hysterical. I say he's doing a really good job at imitating Nimoy. There's only so much you can do at that point.
Ambassador Spock, my senior staff.
Point in fact, some of you probably are aware of this, in Hollywood there's an entire category of actors and voice actors whose only job is to emulate some other actor who's too expensive to get regularly. This is especially true in the big franchises. For example, Christopher Lee had someone, Corey Burton, I want to say, whose primary job was to voice the roles that Christopher Lee voiced. Ah!
It's not every day that a captain gets to welcome a Starfleet legend aboard.
It'll be good on my record.
You flatter me, Captain Solano. But legend implies the past tense, whereas I am very much focused on our present circumstances.
I didn't mean to suggest you were stuck in the past. You're right, Ambassador. Not the most diplomatic choice of words.
Your experience comes from the past. But our present situation calls for it.
True enough.
We were hoping you could fill us in on the details. We got the basics from Starfleet. Two formerly peaceful neighbors are now on the brink of war.
Indeed, and the tension between them grows fiercer by the hour.
Probably pancakes. He was usually pretty good about that sort of thing.
Lydia and Hotari. The Lydians are the more advanced species. They made first contact with the Hotari over a century ago. This is Tau, the Hotari moon. It is rich in dilithium, and for decades, the Hotari and the Illydians have shared a mining operation there. The Illydians provide the technological resources, while the Hotari have served as the labor force. The stability of that arrangement was the source of their peace, until recently. The Hotari have suddenly and forcefully seized control of the mining operations and expelled the Illydians from their system. That is the official story, as told by the Hotari when they requested Federation mediation. But the details remain scant. Communications between all parties have been limited by the ionic interference.
Have the Illydians retaliated against the Hotari? Or taken any action against them?
Surprisingly, they have not yet responded in kind. They were open to a Federation presence, but it is unlikely the relatively primitive Hotari forces would stand a chance against the Illydian fleet in open war. Left unchecked, this conflict will result in more bloodshed, which is what we are here to prevent.
And the dilithium trade hangs in the balance.
Clearly, the Hotari have been exploited in this relationship.
Maybe we can persuade them peace is the more profitable alternative for everyone. They both profited from the mines. And for the Hotari, something is better than nothing. Peace is our objective, after all.
That is correct.
We can call it profitable or mutually beneficial, but at the end of the day, the Hotari are still being exploited for their own resources.
True peace is not merely the absence of war. And as such, this conflict will surely come again.
Thank you! I was actually about to say almost exactly that, although less eloquently. In fact, I was going to jump into a mini-speech about how the Federation are usually what I like to call peacemongers. Peace at any cost, without actually understanding what that is. So, credit to the game. And Spock.
Neither the Illidians or the Hotari are members of the Federation, so we can't make them do anything.
Also, I hate to interrupt, but the Federation doesn't have that kind of direct federal control over its member states. It's part of how it operates.
There is an additional complicating factor I should mention. In the past, the Federation has relied on the Illidians as a source of dilithium.
That certainly changes things.
Federation sources its dilithium from a lot of places.
Yeah, and this is one of them.
So we've already played a part in this.
Unfortunately, that is indeed the case, Commander Rydek.
We're morally obligated to make this right.
Hold on. Our only obligation is to negotiate the peaceful resolution of this conflict.
You know, I know it seems like I'm joking, but for real, this guy only cares about his career. He only cares about the glory, and he only cares about what he can put on his resume. On what he's going to put there. It's like, oh man, it's going to be so great. I'm going to get so many brownie points. Oh, I can just feel it now. I'm going to have this great peace treaty, having worked alongside the legend Spock. It's going to be so great. And we're just sitting there like, Captain, maybe we shouldn't be suing for... We need to sue for peace. No, of course that's why he's there. Of course that's why we've got this guy in the plot. I'm going to retire as an admiral. It's going to be so great. Now, don't you screw my chances in a legacy. I don't know where this accent's coming from. I'm just... This guy.
Given the Federation's involvement in the Iridium dilithium trade, Captain Solano and I must make every effort to appear neutral in these negotiations.
What worries me is if this whole thing unravels, and we're at the mercy of the storm at less than full strength.
We can't let it come to that.
Considering what the Ion Storm has done to our ship, and the Ambassador's shuttle, we have to assume the Ilidian fleet has had problems with it as well. This recent surge in the energy disturbance temporarily levels the playing field.
Commander Westbrook is correct. The energy anomalies around the Hotari systems have been noted in the past. But they have never been observed on the orders of magnitude we have seen in recent weeks.
If it's keeping the two sides talking instead of shooting at each other, that actually helps us negotiate a peace.
And we'll take advantage of that as long as it works in our favor.
My favor, of course. Just picture the desk I'll have. It's going to be this really nice desk. It's going to be applewood with little inlays of gold and silver. I'm going to get some sapphires and embed them on the sides, but only on my side, so I'm the only one who can see it. And then I'm going to get this really nice chair, and it's going to be this really good. Oh, yeah, it's just, I'm going to be able to just recline on my chair and enjoy it. Latinum. I'm going to have latinum built into... What would Picard say to this guy? Picard would be more eloquent than anything I could say. He would sit down. Oh, I noticed that immediately, Eternus. This is what we call the hook. What Picard would do is he would dismiss this guy. Yeah, he would shame him by dismissing him by talking to him in a very level and calm tone of voice. Sisko would just slug him. Kirk, no. A lot of people forget Kirk was actually pretty diplomatic. He almost always tried talking first. It was his shtick for the longest time. And so Kirk would walk up and be like, Captain, surely you understand. This situation is not acceptable for these people. These people are being exploited. We need to get involved. We need to get out there. We need to actually try to solve the situation. Oh, no, we're just here for peace. Peace! No, I think what you're talking about, Captain, is the end of war. We need to have actual peace, real peace, proper peace. Yeah, Kirk would put his foot down the moment he pushed back, because Kirk doesn't put up with Jack. Oh my god, you're right, Warp Core. Kirk talks, then punches. Picard talks, Sisko punches. Oh my god, I never put that together. And then Janeway depends on the writer of the week. And Archer is garbage. Okay.
And when it doesn't?
All the more reason to learn as much about it as we can while we are here. We do not want to be caught unprepared, should the energy anomaly continue to fluctuate.
Yeah, Archer would be right.
We're operating on a strict timetable here, and we're going to be leaving for the negotiations shortly. Commander Westbrook, I want you to leverage our systems to investigate the anomaly from here while we're gone.
Aye, Captain.
Thank you all.
Dismissed.
I want to speak to both of you privately.
Oh god, I've got to talk to Spock! Spock!
Ambassador Spock, I'd like to make a formal introduction. My first officer, Commander Jara Rydek.
Commander, as you are aware, there are limits to what Captain Solano and I can do in our official capacity as representatives of the Federation.
Which makes sense. We can get involved, but we were specifically asked to show up as a neutral party of arbitration. And for anybody who knows, because this is a real thing in real life, just because we negotiate and help them hammer out a treaty doesn't actually mean anything. All we are is the people in the room talking. It is their job to actually enforce that treaty and adhere to it. So, that tracks.
But someone in an unofficial capacity, your first officer, for example, would not be bound by those restrictions. Commander Rydek could ingratiate herself to certain parties behind the scenes, where they may be more candid in revealing information that could lead to a resolution.
What? That makes absolutely no sense on any level. I'm sorry, what? No, that's... Okay, I'm sorry, you know me, I'm thinking too many steps ahead, but like, is this actually Spock or like a changeling? Oh, that would be a way to follow through on the Dominion War, wouldn't it? For real. Yeah, first of all, we are Starfleet. Second of all, we are the XO of the ship on point here. We're as close to official as it is possible to be here. Like, what? Oh man, if Spock's a changing, that would actually be so awesome! Sorry. I mean, that would be terrible and very illogical. Oh my god, Spock was always a changeling! It explains everything!
She certainly goes her own way.
Oh, I don't have an option to say no. I was expecting a nope, but instead it's, not for me, or I'll do it, or I'll do anything for you, Spock. I'll do anything for you! And we just start humping his leg, being like, Spock! Spock! Yeah, we're gonna go with one.
Maybe that helps in this case. It would be unconventional, but I'm not opposed to it.
As long as it gets me that desk. I want my desk! I want my desk.
With all due respect, Ambassador, I'm not a trained diplomat.
That's exactly what we're going to leverage.
I began my time in Starfleet as a science officer, not as an ambassador. We must be adaptable in the line of duty.
Well, I hope Commander Rydek will have more luck finding out what really happened than we will through official diplomatic channels.
The fate of the negotiations, the interests of the Federation, and the prospect for peace may very well depend on it.
Yes, positively. There's a positive, which is green, and a negative, which is red. I'm not a trained diplomat. I'm a soldier.
Mr. Diaz, I understand you have already discussed the warp drive failure with Ambassador Spock?
I have.
It is imperative that the Ambassador's shuttle be flight ready. I need you both to ascertain the root cause of the system failures he encountered.
I'm surprised, Commander. I thought you would have wanted to work on Ambassador Spock's shuttle yourself.
I respect the Ambassador and his many accomplishments, but I do not derive any satisfaction from interacting with his shuttle as if it were somehow transubstantiated through its association with him. Especially when I have the entirety of this starship to concern myself with. I am not the chief engineer of this shuttlecraft.
The Ambassador asked me to take a look, and I'm ready to crack this thing open.
Good. You could learn from Mr. Diaz's focus.
I'll take notes.
Then I will leave you to it. Make note of any abnormalities in your report. Carry on.
It seems like he's warming up to us.
Yeah.
Even Chovok has to look at that face and know you've earned some real respect. And I have to admit that I owe you one. You were right to make me go first. I don't know what I was thinking. You did the smart thing.
You've pulled me out of trouble how many times? Call it even.
Okay. At the very least, maybe I can track down that bottle of Saurian brandy you're still on the hook for. But first, we have work to do.
And then she dies right here.
Ready to go?
All set.
It's actually a common Telltale thing, and I'm waiting for it to happen. Trimming the branches is what they call that. Okay, so I could save Kira White Noise, I could save Lord Harrimont, or I could save Internal System Error. And the one I don't save, the other two die! But then, like, a little bit further into the game, the person I saved dies. So in other words, no matter what, and it just kind of comes back into it. It's a very, very common thing in Telltale games. There are precious few exceptions to that. And yeah, sometimes they just kind of stop being relevant in the story. Like Spock in Star Trek, too. Anyways.
Let's run the diagnostic.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. A boop 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 boop. A boop 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 doo ba doo. A doo ba doo ba doo ba doo ah doo. Yes, we've got to caress the shuttle. Yes. Soon I'll be able to touch you, my pretty. And then I'll know all of Spock's secrets. Like what he smells like. What he tastes like.
So... I know about your talk with Miranda.
You do?
She sent me a Priority 1 dispatch right after your conversation. I'm happy for you. Both of you.
Thanks.
But I'm only going to tell you this once. Don't screw this up. Because I would be very unhappy if you tried this out and then, I don't know, 6 weeks or 6 days later, I have to start splitting holidays between the two of you. All because things went south and you're not on speaking terms. That just isn't gonna work for me. And I know you'll respect that.
Are you upset?
Not on your life, Diaz. But you need to be careful. I like my friends and I like our group. I don't want to lose that.
We play D&D every weekend, and if you two break up, that's going to be ended. Look, do you have any idea how hard it is to find anybody on Star Trek who actually knows what a game is? Everyone's always on the holodeck, constantly having sex with supermodels. God, I just want to play a game! Come on!
That thing done.
Yeah, it's wrapping up. Let's see. The relays along the primary EPS are blown. The backup relays are all intact.
An EPS overload from the warp drive could cause that. But how did the shuttle end up dead in the water?
Huh. Well, maybe the ship's data recorder can tell us something.
Here's this thing called a black box. I don't even never heard of it because it's only been around since before Trek has. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't know when the black box was first invented. Does anyone know? Hi, Tiny Hippo. Thank you for the sub, as always. I'll put that towards Custer's Revenge, so I can immediately get banned. I'll put it towards Black Mesa and Ratchet and Clank. 1953. Wow, that's actually more recent than I thought. But does make it correct what I just said. The black box predates Trek as a whole. Oh, hang on. Yes. I'll know exactly when he needs to pawn far next. Yeah! Sorry.
Here.
They were only about 8 minutes from their plotted warp point. No faults, just those warnings. What are they?
Warp cascade failure.
There was a complete warp cascade failure.
Wow. They're lucky the shuttle didn't turn inside out.
Makes me think the computer panicked on the warp field equation.
I love how inhuman his arm is as it moves. I'm not even making fun. It is hilarious. Look at that. During the warp core startup routine, the something field generators work together to produce a low-intensity warp field. When the warp core is engaged, this field undergoes a cascade amplification with additional energy from the matter-antimatter regulator to establish a stable high-intensity warp field capable of FTL travel. Improper system calibration can result in a collapse of local space and an inversion of propulsory forces towards the vessel. Primary and secondary backup systems exist to prevent this failure and require service according to Starfleet Maintenance Schedule 0726. His shoulder's also completely static.
The warp field became inverted suddenly.
I've seen this happen when the center warp coil cracks.
A cracked warp coil throws a fault code.
Still, we should take a look.
Warp field inversion. Under normal operating circuit conditions, the warp field generates a plane parallel to the operating axis of the vessel. The warp field can... I'm not sure what that word is. From the warp pylons in a field pattern designated by the coil... God, that's hard to read. Distribution. Aligned in a concentric spheroid pattern. A warp field inversion denotes a spheroid field pattern in a complex augment to the operating axis of the vessel. Purposely generating an inverted warp field can counter subspace drag and instability along the space-time gradient. Warning, consult Starfield Field Space Guideline blah 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 before attempting a manual inversion of warp generation system. I mean, we've already had some good brickwork, but the fact that they bothered to put that's straight out of the tech manual, by the way, is a nice T-bill. Detail. Tidbit.
Subspace variance out of tolerance. What does that mean?
It means the main navigation array lost sight of space somehow.
Will the array going offline cause that?
Yes, but it should have also thrown a fault code. Any one of these failures should have thrown a fault.
Yeah, it's called sabotage. I figured that immediately.
System failure.
None of this caused the relays to blow. Roll forward to when that happened.
No, I want to read the other one. Whatever.
So here, they take a moment to get their bearings and they attempt to re-engage the warp drive.
There. That's the relays blowing.
I think you did it, Warp Core. Their Warp Core blew up on them.
And look, there's another warp system alert.
They're all the same. Subspace variance out of tolerance, or warp inversions. Finally, there's a complete warp cascade failure.
Then it's one of two things. Either a warp coil is cracked, or the navigation array is offline.
That makes sense.
It's sabotage.
Divide and conquer. You want to check the warp coils or the navigation array? I'll check the other. Let's not overcomplicate this. One of these systems is likely broken.
Fucking shrivels.
I'll check the navigation array.
Okay. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. won't let me scan her. Let me scan your brainwaves really quick. Make sure you're not a changeling. Oh, we can move while doing this. Hang on. Now we really gotta scan you. Here, hold still. Hold still. This won't take a second. There we go. Okay, okay. It's Negative Man. Kill him! Ah! Ah! There we go. So, radiation, chemical, biological. Oh, wow, I see. No, I didn't hear about that. Subspace sensor arrays monitor gradient transition. No physical damage detected. Filters.
Navigation array checks out, so it must be a coil.
Except it's not. Checked and double-checked.
Well, the readings don't lie.
Here comes the security detail for the way team.
And she's dead. Doesn't even get down to the mission. She's just, wait, I'm a love interest.
Hey.
I'm not here.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. She's like, wait a minute. I'm a love interest in a Star Trek episode. This can be a fate worse than death. I don't want to have aliens or impregnations or, like, to be taken over by the Borg or dissolved through antimatter. There's only one thing to do. And then Kefka shows up. Look at her face. Oh, God, look at her face. Thank you, offshore Twitch account. Always appreciate. Ooh. Oh, my God. Her face is... It's not sure what she's doing. Here's Edge block. 2D platformer block. And Sonic 2D block. Done. Oh, game?
We're escorting the negotiating team to the surface as soon as they come down from the bridge. I don't want to interrupt some important work. I was just hoping to see you before I go. The captain and the others will be here in a minute now.
Hug.
Should be an interesting ride down to the surface.
Come on, I'm never too busy to make time for you.
That's not true.
No, but I am glad you came by.
No, that's more accurate.
I gotta be precise with you, huh?
Hey, Maris. Aren't these those button pushers you're always hanging out with?
And you're the phaser jockeys we always beat in Parisi squares, right?
All aboard for Hotari.
Is that another one of the captain's railroad things?
Gotta be. I just usually zone out by the time he gets to the whole, steam engines were the warp drives of their day part. Catch y'all later.
Look, trains are cool. I'm sorry.
You don't want to miss your train.
Don't worry, he's right there.
I do have to go.
Hug. Hug.
Not gonna lie, I'd rather not leave right now. More important things on my mind.
I want to give her a hug. Should we kiss her? What do you think? That's true, we are military. Just for you, Eternus. That was the deciding factor.
That was nice.
Yeah, it was.
Save some of that for when I get back.
That's a good point. Starfleet's not a military. You know what's really sad? If you're not familiar with it, there's this concept called the Hollywood kiss. It's when two actors don't actually kiss, but they look kind of like they're kissing, and usually they're like their lips are up here, whatever. It's very, 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 very common. The reason I bring that up is because this is a video game, they can actually have their lips touch. But because this is a Telltale game, their lips just got really close to each other and then parted. So we still haven't actually hit the point of having a kiss in Star Trek.
Be seeing you.
We have chosen to date Miranda. We got an achievement for that.
Etzelarda Diaz. If you could float back down to reality, we still have a ways to go.
And she's dead. Like right now. Shuttle explodes.
Where were we?
Oh no, collision detection's insane from an animation perspective. I'm not making fun, really. I'm actually impressed by how good that looked. Hold on. People desperately don't want me to play this game. Wow, no, that actually is a 6-year sub. Jesus Christ, Uthor. Thank you very, very much for 6 years of support. I will put that anniversary sub towards nothing. 40 minutes, roughly. So that's good. Jeez, that's gonna be a big one. So that's going towards, well, War Within, the expansion that's been knocking it out of the park so far. Jedi Fallen Order. That took me a second. And Jedi Survivor. Uthor hates continuity. What are you talking about? That's why he hates this game. It's too much! Off-board is Ghost, Henry Stickmin, and Rayman Legends. Thank you again, and as always, Offshore Twitch account. That's also why Uthor hates War Within. Too much continuity. By the way, really tiny little detail that you might not know, Uthor. So I'm going through War Within on my Demon Hunter, right? So, for those of you not aware, there's a lot of class-specific quests that only show up if you're that class in War Within, which is cool. But what you may also not know is the quest dialogue itself occasionally varies based on the class you are. And every now and again, it actually takes into account that kind of thing. But what you may also not know on top of that is it also keeps track of some of the flags you have. For example, when I was talking to Illyria, it specifically referenced our interactions back on Legion. Whereas, when it came to my friend of mine who was playing alongside me, they haven't done Legion yet on that character, or in general, actually. So instead, Illyria was just treating her like she was a stranger, which makes sense. Little details. I don't see anything from Geludo, so I'm afraid Geludo's lying to me, but that's okay. How are Death Knights? War Within? Not sure yet. I don't have any Death Knights or know any Death Knights out there. Not yet, anyways.
So, the warp coils in the navigation array are fine, but the nav computer doesn't seem to think so.
I'm out of ideas short of field stripping the shuttle from bow to stern.
You wanna take this out of the shuttle and throw it on the bench?
Oh, real hands-on maintenance. I like it.
There it goes.
Okay, the nav computer is patched into the ship.
And then we find... Oh god, that's the dumbest possible thing you could do. Have you never done any kind of troubleshooting before? Thank you, Geludo. Very, very, very much. Always appreciate. And I will jot that down, now that I see it, for the NES block, the BRPG block, and the Resident Evil block. Done.
The ship's computer can double-check our work. If the shuttle's nav computer is putting out false data, we'll know it.
Let's run through the shuttle's logs again.
Running now.
Yeah, pretty much. So look. Basic levels of digital security. Come on.
Same. Warp field inversion and a cascade failure. However, the Resolute computer doesn't show the same subspace variance.
We're in the same conditions that the shuttle was in when it failed. Why wouldn't the ship's computer get a matching result?
What if the subspace variance was a momentary occurrence?
That's a possibility, and it would explain why the simulation under our current sensor readings failed to reproduce the issue.
But a subspace anomaly strong enough to cause a warp field collapse would leave graviton ripples for days.
Let's run with the momentary subspace variance theory for now. Roll forward to the shuttle's attempt to re-engage the warp drive. We need the conditions of space around the shuttle at the moment of warp failure.
Resuming simulation.
Error in warp field calculation. Cochrane formula variables are out of range.
That right there. Take the shuttle sensor data from that moment.
Computer, why did the warp field calculation fail?
Warp field pressure returned non-orthogonal. Results are undefined.
That doesn't help.
Wait, what if we use a different ship?
Put the Resolute into the simulation instead of the shuttle.
Yeah, it should warp just fine. Unless... Computer, run the simulation with the Resolute.
Resolute simulated.
Computer, give me manual control on the warp power.
Static field intensity, warp 1.1. 1.2. 0.3. Warp pressure is destabilizing. Error in warp field calculation. The warp drive has experienced a system-wide cascade failure. Warp field collapsed. Subspace variance is out of tolerance. Cochrane formula results are undefined.
Bingo.
What-o?
The same moment when the shuttle failed to warp, so did the ship. Whatever happened to the shuttle just happened to us. The Resolute will not sustain warp.
We can't leave Hotari space.
So there's this thing called an interdictor cruiser. You've probably never heard of it before. However, I did notice that in all of the tech talk just there, they specifically mentioned the results are undefined, which in this circumstance usually means it's trying to do a math formula that cannot be done, like dividing by 0, or it's not trying to do a math formula at all, and that's why its results are undefined. If I do 3 plus 7 and I get avocado as the result, it's not going to know what to do with avocado. That would have been really funny, Gray. Oh, that's pretty. I do like avocado and burrito. Yeah, a bit of a...
Ambassador Spock, Captain Solano, welcome to Hotari. We are honored you've come. My name is Tyler Saltaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
The honor is ours. And this is Commander Jara Rydick, first officer aboard the USS Resolute. You'll find she has a keen mind and unique insight into the dynamics between the Hotari and the Lydians.
I just understand politics, dude. I don't know what you want from me.
We are honored to be here as representatives of the Federation.
I'm so glad.
These must be the representatives of the mighty Federation, the reigning authority in the galaxy.
Oh my god, it's the bad guy! Sorry.
Or so we've been led to believe. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen. But, either way, we're grateful you've made the time to come to our little corner of the universe.
I'm kidding, of course. This is a Star Trek episode, which means he's actually the bad guy. Or sorry, she's actually the bad guy, and he's actually the good guy, who is just, you know, antagonistic but actually innocent of the situation.
And you are?
This is Galvin, and this is Citron, the heroes of the revolt in the mines.
And there's the real bad guys. They're all bad guys.
Let's hope this is the last time we ever have to come here.
It's Liam O'Brien.
If you'll excuse me.
It's Liam O'Brien playing a villain in his usual style.
I think we're about to begin.
Did you hear the arrogance from that guy? I don't know what we're walking into here, but that guy was something.
Something about his tone tells me this won't be easy.
That was my sense as well.
I doubt he speaks for all of Hotari. So I would urge patience until we speak with their queen.
The queen is like, yes, I'm even more evil. And it's like eating a kitten right in front of us. This is 2380, and if you don't know what that means, that puts this after the Dominion War and after Nemesis. So after Voyager as well. But before Star Trek 2009. Yeah, I'm sorry, Grace N7. I don't think you were there for it, but we picked up on Liam O'Brien as the bully and immediately. He's just too distinct. He's a good actor, though. I was just looking at the architecture, too. It's fascinating.
Ambassador Spock, welcome to Holtari Prime.
The honor is mine, Your Majesty.
That the Federation would send one of their most respected representatives is not only an honor to the Hotari people and their queen, but a recognition of our stature and importance.
Let's get on with it, shall we? With all due respect to the Federation and their ambassador, they have no authority here. We are not members of their alliance. We are not subject to their rule, nor yours. We demand the immediate return of all mining operations to Elydian control, as it has been for centuries and will be for centuries more. That has always been our understanding.
I didn't realize that the British Empire was in this game.
That understanding has changed.
Then you invite war.
And if you cannot remain silent, you will be silenced. But his point is well taken. What is the Federation's interest in this matter? Perhaps you would have us trade one oppressor for another?
Oh my god, give me a break. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The Federation are so hands-off when it comes to this kind of thing. They're like root beer. Actually, real quick aside. Super quick, I swear. You remember how Ira Stephen Bear hates the Federation and wanted to portray them as this evil fascist state? I'm not actually joking about that, by the way. So there's a scene that was written more or less as a joke. And it wasn't supposed to go into the episode in question. I don't even remember the episode. It doesn't matter, the episode. I played it for the Lore Runee. Just that one scene. Nothing else of DS9. And yeah, it's the root beer scene. It's the root beer scene. It's a rather famous scene. So he was, I know, right, Bionic Punk. So the Lore Runee, without any input from me, I was like, what do you think of this? What do you think? And her response was that they really liked the way that it shows how generally positive of a force that the Federation is, and kind of gives a more nuanced and dynamic look at how positive a force the Federation can be. There's a lot of positive implication there, as opposed to how the scene was written, which was to be how awful the Federation was. And that's when I jumped in with a little extra anecdote on top of that. You see, that scene wasn't supposed to happen, of course. But then they decided to film it anyways, because why not? And the actors involved, Armin Shimmerman and, Garrick's actor, whose name I suddenly can't think the name of, and 15 people are about to tell me, both refused to act it as directed. And they put just a little bit of extra nuance into the scene that kind of helped with that implication I just mentioned. Andrew Robinson, thank you. And then, of course, they didn't have the scene in the episode until the episode was actually going through its final editing pass, and they found out, oh, that's right, we're low on time. We have to put the scene in. And the bottom line of all of this is, if you follow this whole logic trail, is it was a scene designed to castrate, to blast the Federation for how awful it is. that was then presented in a way to show the Federation in a positive light, which they then refused to show on TV, except then they had to, because they couldn't do a reshoot at the point when they were at the editing pass. One of the most famous scenes of Deep Space Nine came out of like 4 or 5 different little coincidences, and ultimately is only the way it is because of Andrew Robinson and Armin Shimmerman. I just wanted to share that little anecdote. Moving on.
The Federation remains neutral. Our only interest is the peaceful resolution of this conflict.
Yeah, you remember, you invited us here?
We are here at your request, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Spock.
For now.
Saying this wouldn't be easy was an understatement. I thought they wanted us here.
Was there something you wanted to say, Captain?
Oh, no. My apologies.
And what about the Kobliad?
She's not
She
part
can
of...
speak for herself, can't she? Then let her.
It's funny, Blade Travell, that happens a lot in Trek, in all honesty. That might be true, Huthor. I don't actually agree with that, but that might be true. But surely you have to agree that the Federation are horrifically evil fascists angle is a little bit too much of an overcorrection, right? True enough, Blade Travell. Yeah, Mulgrew knew Janeway better than the writers did.
Now then, what is your name?
Commander Jara Rydek, Your Majesty.
Being a Kobliad, you would know better than anyone. Your people suffered brutal treatment at the hands of the Cardassians. Their injustice towards the Kobliad is as unimaginable as it is unforgivable. Not unlike how we have been treated by the Alidians.
I'm sorry. You know enough about interstellar history to know about how one specific species was oppressed by the Cardassians, and not know the rep of the Feds.
As much as they'd have you believe they are the victims here, remember it was the Hotari who attacked us. Hundreds of innocent Alidians were slaughtered without mercy in those mines.
The blood is on their hands, not ours.
Quiet! If after all the Kobliad suffered, you finally had the chance to right that wrong, to get out from under their control, would you take it? Or would you negotiate a peace?
That is a very interesting question. Nice framing on that shot, too. Also, very interesting that the Queen here is essentially pushing histrionics and rhetoric rather than political dialogue. Makes sense, though. This isn't the actual debate, right? The actual debate will be had by boring people around a meeting room. This is for the cameras, whether you can see them or not. And yeah, you're probably right, Eternus. Yeah, 3 is clearly the neutral option. Honestly, Colgrub, no, I wouldn't mind that at all, but I am the boring man, after all. It's such a great scene, Von Falkenstein. The more you drink it, the more you start to like it. And notice the scene ends on them both being hopeful that the Federation will swoop in and save them. Because they both know the Federation is their only real hope. It's an interesting take on things. I love that scene, by the way. It's a great scene. I I can't do it. I can't think I can't stop thinking like a statesman, because I'm thinking answering one specifically to strengthen my ties to the Queen. She's obviously playing. She's making a play here, right? That's so obvious. So clearly, we need to be on her side and think that she's in on us, so we can have that backroom door option in order to be able to then look at this and say, hey, here's what's actually going on. Get more information, get more possibility, get more metaphorical chits we can bring to the negotiation table. Because the reality here is we need a better long-term solution. In fact, I've already come up with my own solution to this situation. They should join the Federation. Becoming a Federation protection member gives them a tremendous amount of protections and rights and access to resources to assist them in all kinds of things. It's pretty much the exact same reason why Bajor needed to join the Federation immediately, until the rather unique situation of the Dominion showed up. Have Gowron show up and make them experience bees. Yeah. It is a whole process. You're absolutely right. However, there are certain specific things that can be done to bypass this. Let me try to explain that a little bit. If these people reached out for arbitration, which we have legal right to do because that's how interstellar law works. If they reached out for I can't remember what it's called. It's not refugee status. It's I can't remember what it's called. The thing where they are asking us for help. That's it. Asylum, planetary asylum, which is actually something they could do. We could then have legal right to go ahead and set up basic military defenses in order to ensure that they are kept in sanctuary. That's actually a better word. In sanctuary, right about at the point here where we can then go ahead and move forward with the process of getting them joining the Federation. Because you're right, that is a long-term process. Probably going to take a couple of years, in all honesty. I could use Bajor as an example again, but you get the point. And yeah, association is also a thing that the Federation offers. So there's some choices here. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Laura, we can't warp out of the system. And you're right. We don't know that. That is to say, those characters right there do not know that. They don't know about the interdictor cruiser that's hanging out near this planet. Now, that's a good question, Blade Traval, because sometimes Telltale really nails it on the story axis, and sometimes it doesn't. And so far, I've seen both in this very same game. Yeah, that's another thing. You can warp in, you cannot warp out. And that is a problem on multiple sides here. But yeah, they don't know that. Well, either way, I've already given my answer.
If the opportunity presented itself, and I wish that it had, more than you can know, then I would right the wrong without hesitation. For the sake of the Kobliad, we suffered enough.
Of course you would. It would be foolish to do otherwise. The Federation is the most powerful, most advanced alliance in the galaxy. It's widely known we have an abundance of dilithium in our mines. And it's in your interest to secure a steady supply.
Your Majesty, if I may.
Ambassador Spock would have us believe you're here as a neutral party in the interest of peace. So why are you really here? I want the truth, not your Federation rhetoric.
I'm going to be honest.
It's possible the Federation has an interest in both peace and securing a steady source of dilithium. One does not preclude or prevent the other. But that's just my personal opinion.
Given the Federation has done business with the Elidians for decades, I would agree. It's entirely possible, if not highly likely.
What they haven't said, but cannot deny, is a simple truth. The dilithium trade would not and will no longer exist without Elidian involvement. We created it for the benefit of everyone, especially the Hotari. We've given them warp technology, We've let them share in the profits. We've made their lives infinitely better than before dilithium was discovered. All of that goes away if the Federation turns a blind eye to their treachery.
That is enough of your lies! The Hotari are quite capable of running the mines. We've done so for centuries. So tell me, who deserves control of the dilithium trade and the mines on Tau? Who should the Federation recognize? Hotari or the Alidian?
I don't speak with the authority of the Federation. Ironically, my captain does. And if I could say one last reason why our captain is a limp-dicked idiot, it's the fact that he's not manning up and taking control of this situation. Picard would never let himself get sidelined like this. Sorry, we've actually talked about this before. Trek dips in and out of this concept, but it's based on a real-life precept where the captain of a Federation starship can actually act as an official, that's to say, as a plenipotentiary of a specific political party, in this case, the Federation. So, Picard could actually legitimately say something, and that could be taken as the Federation saying something. Spock could say something, and that could be taken as the Federation saying something. We're the XO. We don't have that power. Not legally. Yeah, captains are plenipotentiary. They are national representatives. One of my favorite examples of this is actually in Balance of Terror, believe it or not, back in TOS, where Kirk has to essentially decide if the Federation is potentially going to war with the Romulan Star Empire. And he has to make that call. They're too far out from a response, and the timeline is too short. So he made that call, and later on, if you remember, towards the end of the episode, he finally got a call back from the feds, essentially legally ratifying his decision. But in that moment, he was acting on behalf of the entire Federation. Unfortunately, there's no third option here, which is ridiculous. Also, this is a trap. Like, first of all, this isn't a real decision. There's no way. This is too early for that. Second of all, we haven't heard the other side yet. We cannot decide. That's true. We could just let the time run. We cannot decide. Like if Colgrim comes to me and says, "Here's what happened," blah 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 blah, and the Nosians comes to me and says, "Nuh-uh," and I have to then choose who's right, Colgrim or Nosians. The answer is invalid. Not enough data, right? Now, someone asked earlier, Savacom specifically asked earlier, I knew it, Bionic Punk, if I could pick an option just to see what it was. The problem is, and I've actually already given this negative, Telltale games don't allow you to save in, like, mid-game, which, in my honest opinion, is a huge mistake. Specifically because of exactly that. I would love, in many of these games, to be able to pop a save state, and then just try something out, just to see what the reaction is, right? Just to see what the response is. But if you choose, then the autosave pushes you either forward, or you have to redo the entire chapter, or you have to redo the entire game. One way or another, all three routes lead to you being locked out of that. Really frustrating. But yes, this is a poisoned well. We are going to go ahead.
Only be one or the other.
Hands off this.
Both.
Okay! So the timer is non-existent. Yeah, what's the point of the timer then? I'm sorry, for those of you not familiar with it, the timer is an actual mechanic in several Telltale games, and it is there for exactly the purpose you're thinking. You have to respond, or do the input in time. If you don't, there's a pre-baked other option that happens if you don't pick anything. Usually not a huge problem, but like sometimes it can lead to a worse option or things going badly. It can also be the right choice sometimes, depending on the specifics. But the point is, just waiting out the timer is a valid choice in a Telltale game, as was pointed out in chat just a few months ago. This is a weird one. Well, whatever. Guy with the weird scarring on his left side of his face shows up. The coin. Another day of wine and roses. Or in this case, beer and pizza.
If I have to choose only one, then it would have to be the Hotari.
Well said. How could the just and wise Federation make any other choice?
This is an outrage. The Federation has lost all credibility.
Mines are ours. Lydia will not be deterred. We will take back our mines by any means necessary.
Then you will see more blood spilled.
I am more than willing to address your concerns, Your Majesty.
Oh, hi, Spock. I forgot you were here.
Representative. But I suggest we could have a more productive conversation with a smaller group. Perhaps only the most essential representatives.
I suppose there is some sense to that.
Yeah, as in not us. Whoa. Game? That's weird. Hang on. There we go. That's strange. Yeah, where were you 2 minutes ago, Spock? If he actually leans into us on that, I'm gonna be mad. If he leans into us on that, I'm gonna be nothing, because that makes perfect sense. What a terrible captain.
Spock and I will cover everything on the diplomatic front. You make nice with the locals and see if you can get some answers. We need to find out why the Hotari are so willing to risk war. What happened in those mines?
That's kind of what I was expecting to happen, DZ Maven. Like, I figured it'd be like, I wear out the timer and Spock steps in and does his job, right? Come on, Spock. I believe in you. I was expecting him to chew us out. Funny. I was going to be pissed if Spock chewed us out because that makes no sense. And I was going to be totally okay with the captain chewing us out. And yet the captain didn't chew us out. I'm just confused now. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, as was pointed out in chat a few seconds ago, Spock literally told us to do what we just did. Mission accomplished, sir. You really did, von Falkenstein. Good God. Oh, that's a good point, too. A Mary Sue moment? I've said this before, I'll say this again. My requirements for calling someone a Mary Sue is a lot more strident than a lot of people do. So I would lean towards no. Strident's the wrong word. Stringent? Strict? Something like that. That's the one, Sobacom. I mean, yeah, obviously this is you're the PC. That's true. This is also a matriarchal society, or at least it is currently run by a queen. I'm not sure, Loke. We'll see how many other fake timers there are. I'll have to start picking a few. What is our name? Oh, Jara. Yeah, it's woke. Females exist. It's woke. There's someone we haven't met yet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is such a quiet burn. Captain Solano thought Jara handled a complex situation as well as could be expected when put on the hot spot. Thanks for doing my job for me. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm going to break a little bit early for lunch. I'll be back after that.